go ahead and call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for Tuesday, August 18th, 2020. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the regular meeting of the Ames City Council will be conducted as an electronic meeting as allowed by the State of Iowa Code Section 21.8. This evening, those that are watching, if you wish to participate and provide input on any item, you may do so as a video participant by going to zoom.us/J/826-593-023, or you can join by telephoning in toll free at 1-888-475-4499, and our Zoom meeting ID is 826-593-023. You can also watch the meeting online at our YouTube channel, cityofames.org/channel12, or watch it live on Mediacom channel 12. So the first order of business tonight is to read a proclamation. This is the first time we've done this, and it's...
Mayor, can I interrupt? Can we bring in Bronwyn, please?
Pardon me?
I think Bronwyn isn't in the meeting yet.
She's down.
Can she
I
be
am.
promoted?
I see her down there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
She's behind the mask.
I'm trying to get my virtual background to work, but I'll come in with regular video here soon.
Okay. Thank you, David. And Tracy, I believe you're going to accept this on behalf of the city too. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then I'll invite you to make a few comments. Bird-friendly community. Whereas the city of Ames is being designated as a bird-friendly community, and whereas Ames continues to be dedicated to improving natural vegetation in our city parks and along our waterways that create a connected system of greenways for bird habitat and migration, and whereas Ames encourages residents to plant native trees, perennials, and shrubs that benefit birds, and whereas Ames staff and residents continue to reduce the threats to birds, and whereas we celebrate conservation at community events, such as the annual Eco Fair, and whereas this collaboration between the City of Ames staff, Iowa Young Birders, Big Blue Stem Audubon, Wild Birds Unlimited, Friends of Brookside Park, Iowa DNR, Iowa Natural Heritage Foundation, Iowa Audubon, Iowa Wildlife Center, and the Community Academy will continue to focus on educating and engaging the public about birds, reducing threats to birds, and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the habitat that birds rely on. Therefore, I, John A. Hela, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim Ames as a bird-friendly community. I encourage every citizen of the City of Ames to recognize the importance of birds in our community and to commit to learning and identifying how you can make a difference even in your own backyard. Tracy?
Yes, thank you. Behind me, we've received a certificate, a flag, and 2 signs from the bird-friendly community. I would like to thank everybody that was part of this. We are very fortunate that the City of Ames, through other initiatives, either with our animal rescue group or through the Parks and Recreation or Public Works or Stormwater, we already do a lot of these things that really support and provide that thriving environment for a bird-friendly community. And so we're working greatly with these other groups and really documenting what we already do. We have Doug Haar here as well, and I'd like to give him a chance to say a few words.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. I'm sure I'm coming in okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm here tonight representing the multiple partner organizations that John just mentioned ago, and individuals who are part of the Bird Friendly Iowa program. This was created back in 2015 and then first announced in 2017. Before we make the formal award here tonight, I just want to take a couple of minutes to describe a little bit of background about this program. Our plan began back in 2015 with a goal to designate any city or town that might meet our requirements to be designated as a bird-friendly community. And so far to date, the cities of Waterloo, Pleasant Hill, and Denver, Iowa have all been officially designated, and we have a couple more that are soon to be announced here in the next month, probably. Then in 2019, we also expanded our project scope to recognize qualifying counties with a new designation of bird-friendly county. We created a subcommittee for that that was kind of run by the county conservation boards in the state. And they put together new requirements for the county's recognition. So bird-friendly cities are named in quite a few other states. Due to Iowa's nationally unique system of county conservation boards, we're probably the only state now that can also designate a bird-friendly county. And I think you're probably all aware that just last month, Story County was one of our first 2 officially designated bird-friendly counties in Iowa. So now, tonight, on behalf of our Bird-Friendly Iowa Steering Committee, I think there might be a couple of us, a couple of others who are with us here online listening or watching this tonight. We are really pleased to officially recognize Ames as the very next city to be officially designated a bird-friendly Iowa community. And in honor of this special designation tonight, we are presenting the city of Ames with the framed recognition certificate that Tracy pointed out there. And that was dated for last week, August 11th. We can certainly get you a new one if you want to officially make it tonight, or you can keep the one you've got. But we can talk that out with Tracy later, maybe. In addition, you've been presented with the special logo flag that is shown there. And that can be flown or displayed wherever you like. And then also you're getting 2 bird-friendly Iowa logo signs that could be placed at the city office or at city parks, perhaps along highway entrances into Ames. But the sign and flag placement is entirely your city's decision. And if you need additional logo signs besides the 2 that we're giving you now, there are also additional ones that can be purchased. Just in conclusion, then, I'd like to say it's pretty critical these days for everyone possible to practice and improve conservation and education for helping save our continent's bird populations. There was a startling new research summary last fall, and some of you might have read this or even seen it on TV. And that survey revealed that North America's birds have decreased by nearly 30% since 1970. So we've lost almost all of a third of North America's birds in the last 50 years. Many of Iowa's birds are in steep decline, so it's really important for us to recognize both communities and counties who are willing to understand how helping birds can save our entire environment. So then just to wrap up, I want to say thanks so much for Ames application and you're being designated for your efforts to practice this valuable bird conservation. We also want to thank several wonderful Ames citizens who helped us move this project forward. We've had several meetings in the past several months with businessmen and city employees here. And some of those I think are online with us here tonight too. So I'll just finish with our sincerest congratulations to Ames on receiving this conservation award. And then I'll maybe turn it over to Tracy and just see if there's any other of our Bird Friendly Iowa committee members or anybody who has any comments to add about this.
Yes, thank you. There were some other committee members watching and logged on tonight, and I would like to thank them as well. So thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation.
My honor, and thank you, Doug and Tracy for that explanation, and we're honored to be designated as such. Okay, we're going to move on to consent agenda, council. Is there anyone that wishes to pull any consent items this evening? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve consent.
Move consent.
Getcher and Corriere, thank you. Roll call, please.
Fetcher.
Aye.
Barton.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Corriere.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Very good, thank you. All right, we're going to move into public forum. This is a time set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business that are not on the agenda this evening. We will not take any action on your comments due to the requirements of open meetings law, but we may do so at a future meeting. So I open public forum, and Brian, is there anyone who's indicated interest to address council?
Just as a reminder to the attendees, you can indicate your interest in speaking by raising your hand, using the raise hand button, or by pressing *9 on the phone if you are joining us by phone. Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Thank you, Brian. We'll go ahead and close public forum. We'll move on to item 23, presentation of the draft greenhouse gas inventory and additional studies.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I feel like we're doing this big unveiling because this is something we've all been waiting for now for a number of months. And so I am pleased to introduce Ted Redmond. He is the co-founder of Pale Blue Dot, and Michael Orange with Orange Environmental. These are the consultants that our interdepartmental team worked with the last it was about 6 months in pulling together all the data that was included in the report. I do want to point out just this was very much a group effort, and I think moving ahead with our planning as our next step, we'll set that group even expand more. But I would just like to point out that it was a team of our Mary Rankin with sustainability, water and pollution control, electric services, planning and housing, resource recovery, public works, fleet services, parks and recreation, and the city manager's office. And so there was just a lot of collaboration here to get the information together and help provide this report. This is one of the City Council's priorities in expanding sustainability efforts. And so this is that first step in taking a look at where we've been, where are we at, and then looking at where we can go in the future. So I understand that you want to hear more about the presentation, and so I will turn it over to Ted and Michael and let them take it away.
Thank you very much, Deb, and Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having us here tonight. I am going to share my screen here. Please bear with me while that happens.
And Ted, while you're getting ready for that, as you're probably aware, council did get a copy of your PowerPoint in advance, and I'm sure that council has looked through it. So in terms of feeling compelled to have to go through each individual slide in great detail is not necessary, but council would like to do is allow Ted the opportunity to go through all the slides first, and then if you just jot down your questions, then we'll circle back and ask questions. That way we can kind of get through the presentation seamlessly, and then it will allow us to go ahead and address the questions that are important to you after we go through the presentation. So Ted, take it away.
Thank you. With that in mind, then we'll actually just do an abbreviated version of a number of our slides to try to create as much conversation as possible. So again, I'm Ted Redmond with Pale Blue Dot. I'm an architect, an urban planner, and a climate action planner and a renewable energy consultant. With me tonight is Michael Orange, who was central to the greenhouse gas inventory. He's an urban planner, environmental consultant, and greenhouse gas specialist. And so as a quick project overview, we actually produced 3 reports. The first, the primary report, which was, of course, asked for through the RFP, is the Community Greenhouse Gas Inventory. We produced a number of tools beyond the report itself, which will help support the city's continuation of greenhouse gas inventories into the future. In addition to that, we also provided sort of 2 additional documents that we did specifically as an effort to try to help the city as foundational information as you potentially move forward into climate action planning. The first foundational additional document is the climate vulnerability assessment. Deliverables there include the report as well as a few infographics that can be used for listening sessions and so forth. And then the citywide solar PV potential study, which also is a supporting document for CAP, looking to anticipate the potential for rooftop solar throughout the city. So I'll just touch on very briefly why greenhouse gas emissions matter. They will stay in our atmosphere for up to 100 years. Our atmosphere, of course, is made up of greenhouse gas and non-greenhouse gas gases. Non-greenhouse gases do not interact with visible light nor infrared energy, which is what the Earth emits after sunlight hits it. Greenhouse gases, however, do react to infrared energy. They let visible light pass, but they react to infrared energy, which redirects that energy back. Our greenhouse gases have been building up throughout the last century and a half. And the more greenhouse gases we have in our atmosphere, the more global warming we have and the more variability in climate change. There's reasons why it impacts us here locally. The effects of climate change have already been felt by the community, and we can anticipate those being exacerbated and intensified through the end of the century and beyond. There's been great studies that can help us actually anticipate what those economic impacts are, or those impacts are from an economic perspective. We can see impacts to agriculture, mortality, energy consumption, labor productivity, property crime, and violent crime. And using today's dollars, projecting through the end of the century, we can anticipate $61 million worth of annual impacts to the city of Ames by the end of the century if we do not curb our emissions here globally. And that, by the way, is a conservative number because it does not include additional storm damage or additional illnesses, which can be exacerbated through climate change. The reason why I like to start with this, though, is that we can still impact this by reducing our emissions. And that's a number one reason why communities can and should be doing greenhouse gas inventories. Just looking very briefly at the numbers, from 2014 through 2018, our team did 3 inventories. The reason for that was what we wanted to not only give you a snapshot, but some sense of trends. The trends are positive. This is citywide emissions. We've gone from 1.3 million down to just a little under 1.1 million metric tons annually. So about a 17% reduction. Meanwhile, our population's gone up about 2%, and our GDP has gone up 10%. So it's a great indicator that GDP and greenhouse gas emissions do not have to be linked. We tend to visualize greenhouse gas emissions. They do take up a volume of our atmosphere, and this graphic just helps us indicate this is the volume of annual emissions from the citywide emissions for City of Ames. It's roughly a cubic volume, just a little over 27 or a little under 2,800 feet in each direction. Looking at our city operations, again from 2014 through 2018, the trends are also very positive. We have broken down what we call net city operations, which are the same sorts of operations that pretty much every municipality has, government entities, public works, police, and so forth. And then in addition to that, we've identified the Ames municipal energy system, only because a smaller fraction of municipalities still have their own energy branch. And so we just like to pull that out for purposes of being able to benchmark with other communities. But the trends across all of those are very positive, with a very significant reduction within the energy system, about a 64% reduction. And I just wanted to hit this diagram quickly. This illustrates the nesting of these emissions. So when we talk about citywide emissions, that includes everything that's in city operations. City operations, including the Ames municipal energy system, is a subcategory of that. And then the net city operations, which is comparable to every city operations in the United States, is yet a net sort of subset of that. Michael?
Yes, thank you, Ted. And thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, and appreciate the opportunity to present tonight. I also want to say I was really saddened by last week's storm, the death and destruction, and I hope the city can rebuild with even greater sustainability in the future and recover. And I also want to immediately thank the staff that have been really fantastic on helping us with this project. So I included the diagram that Ted developed on the right for the energy flows for the city. It's very complex in Ames, and it lists the 5 energy sources: renewable, coal, natural gas, refuse-derived fuel, and electricity. And there are 5 providers of electricity in the city. Electricity is extremely important. It represents 40% of the citywide emissions, and the electricity emission factors, that is the greenhouse gas tons per megawatt hour, vary by utility and by year, depending on each utility's fuel sources. When the city replaced coal with natural gas in its power plant, it had a profound effect on the emission factor. In fact, the emission factor for on-site production was 43% lower in 2018 than in 2014. Can I have a slide, please, Ted? Thank you. The chart on the lower right graphs the percent change in electricity consumption, change in emission factors, and change in emissions over the 3 study years. The blue line at the top shows that citywide electricity consumption was 8% higher in 2018 than in 2014. The red line on the bottom takes into account the blended emission factors. That's from all of the producers. It was 31% lower in 2018. And finally, the green line shows the resultant electricity emissions being 28% lower than in 2018 rather than 2014. Ted, can we go to the next slide, please? These 2 charts take account for on-road transportation. And as you look at them, take note that the vertical axis does not go to 0. I did that in order to highlight the change. We obtained vehicle miles traveled data from Iowa DOT, fuel consumption and fleet data from the Federal Highway Administration. And with that, we were able to chart the change in VMT and the related emissions. Looking just over our 3 study years, VMT was 13% higher in 2018 compared to 14, but emissions were only 10% higher. That's because the vehicle fleet had increased miles per gallon. Next slide, please. Turning to solid waste management. For the citywide inventory, only waste generated within the city boundaries is captured in the citywide inventory. Now, for when I get to the city operations inventory, it's 100% of the emissions associated with waste management by city facilities is captured. That's all to be consistent with the ICLEI protocol. Both of these analyses are consistent with the international standard, the ICLEI protocol. About half of the waste generated within the city is transferred to the city's refuse-derived fuel facility, the RDF facility. There, it's processed into fuel that's burned in the city's power plant. The resultant emission factor is about 0.8 greenhouse gas tons per ton of RDF. The other, approximately half of the waste, goes to the Boone County landfill. Since the landfill does not capture fugitive methane emissions, the emission factor is almost 50% higher than for RDF combustion. It's 1.3 greenhouse gas tons per landfill ton. It's useful to estimate the value of capturing the energy in the waste. You are a landmark city or a pioneering city in terms of resource recovery. If there was no resource recovery by the city and instead 100% of the citywide waste was landfilled, it would result in an average of 12,400 additional greenhouse gas tons annually. That's a 38% increase on average. Ted, can we go to the next slide, please? These 2 charts, pie charts, highlight the greenhouse gas emissions for the citywide inventory in 2018. The top gives the emissions, the bottom pie chart shows you the energy consumption. The largest wedge, the red electricity category, accounts for 39% of the 2018 emissions. Natural gas is next at 24%. Coal use, this is at the university's combined heat and power plant, accounts for 20%. On-road transportation at 13%, and the other categories, that's the airport, wastewater treatment plant, potable water, and solid waste account for the remaining 4%. The university is expected to replace its remaining coal with natural gas. When that happens, these relative shares will change significantly. When you look at the 2 pie charts, you can see that electricity and coal have a higher share of greenhouse gas emissions compared to their share of energy. For example, electricity accounts for 39% of the emissions, but only 21% of the BTUs. It's the opposite for natural gas, 24% of the citywide emissions, but 43% of the BTUs. This highlights how coal and electricity consumption have higher greenhouse gas emissions per BTU than natural gas, and it highlights the crucial role of electricity conservation and the tremendous impact of replacing coal with gas at the city's power plant and the university's combined heat and power plant. Next slide, please. These two tables summarize the changes by category since 2014. I'll just walk through the numbers that are highlighted in green. Starting with the top table, this shows the greenhouse gas emissions in 2018 compared to 2014. Electricity emissions were 28% lower, natural gas 19% higher because it's replacement fuel for coal. Coal 34% lower, and overall citywide emissions were 17% lower than in 2014. I've stressed the importance of electricity emission factors, and it's valuable to see what emissions would have been if the emission factors had not gone down by 28%. That bottom number shows that when normalized for the 2014 electricity emission factor, citywide emissions would have been 2% lower instead of the actual 17% lower. Turning to the bottom table shows the change in energy consumption. Electricity, as I mentioned, was 8% higher. The change in natural gas and coal match the same changes as in the emissions because there's no change in the emission factors. And transportation emission or energy consumption was 7% higher. Replacing coal with natural gas countered the increased energy consumption in electricity, natural gas, and transportation. So the result was only a 2% increase in citywide energy consumption. Next chart, please. This slide focuses on the key factors that account for the changes between 2018 and 2014. The top two bars, extending from 0 to the right, show increases in emissions in 2018 compared to 2014, and the bottom three bars, extending from 0 to the left, show decreases. The black bar at the bottom represents total emissions. Citywide emissions in 2018 were 222,000 tons lower than in 2014. Replacing coal at the city's power plant accounted for most of this reduction. That's the dark blue bar. Reduced coal at the university's combined heat and power plant accounted for the rest of the reductions. That's the light blue bar. Increased emissions from electricity consumption and the other categories offset these reductions somewhat. Next slide, please. I'll turn now to the city operations assessment. Now, for the city-wide, 100% of the emissions located within the city boundary are captured. For the city operations assessment, 100% of the emissions produced by city-owned facilities are captured. And that includes emissions associated with burning the RDF and on-site production of power at the city's power plant. But the emissions from the power plant equal 2 to 3 times those from all of the other city-owned facilities. So it's best to exclude it in order to reveal conditions and changes at those other facilities. That's what those two pie charts do. They split out city operations greenhouse gas emissions by the various categories, and the bottom chart does it for energy consumption. Next chart, please. Next slide, please. These two tables look at emissions on top and energy on the bottom, similarly to what I did with the citywide inventory. The solid waste category obviously dominates both pie charts. This is due to RDF combustion. Now, because of the boiler repairs of the power plant, a more than usual amount of waste was landfilled instead of processed into RDF and burned at the power plant in 2018. There was a 31% decrease in energy consumption for waste management as a result. However, landfilling, as I mentioned, has an emission factor that's almost 50% higher. So greenhouse gas emissions were basically unchanged from 2014. The emission factor for electricity produced by the city's power plant in 2018, as I mentioned, was 43% lower than 2014. This accounted for larger emission reductions for all categories but transportation. Also, the power plant produced 32% less power in 2018 due to that boiler repair, and instead replaced it with purchased power from the grid. The combined result was that emissions from the power plant were 64% lower in 2018 than compared to 2014. Looking at the other city-owned facilities on the table in the upper right, greenhouse gas emissions were 5% lower than in 2014. When combined with those from the power plant, total emissions were 53% lower. The bottom table accounts for energy consumption. Combined energy consumption was 30% lower in 2014, and if you exclude the power plant, consumption was 15% lower. I'll point out one large increase in energy consumption, and that's for the potable water category. The city brought online a new water treatment plant in 2017. It's a much larger facility than the former plant, and that affected energy consumption, especially for space heating. In addition, water consumption was 6% higher in 2014. And as a result, energy consumption was 41% higher. Next slide, please. This is my final slide, and it shows the primary change factors for the city operations assessment. Again, this chart excludes the city's power plant. The top three bars to the right show increased emissions for the transportation and solid waste categories, plus a relatively small amount of natural gas usage for space heating, and that's primarily for the new water treatment plant. Of course, the big factor is the large blue bar to the left that represents natural gas replacing coal at the power plant. The black bar at the bottom shows the net effect, a decrease of 3,600 tons in emissions in 2018 compared to 2014. Ted, it's back to you.
Great. Thanks, Michael. So I'm just going to touch a little bit on community comparisons. I certainly don't recommend drawing a direct line between any two communities, but we find that people often want to understand these numbers in terms of how do we relate with other communities. So we've identified a wide range of communities throughout a relatively large region that includes cohorts within the state, other college towns, if you will, and just other Midwestern cities and cities of similar size. If they have a green circle, that means that they have a lower emissions per capita than we do. If they have a red circle, it means they have a higher emission than we do. The state of Iowa average is 24.99 metric tons per capita. The average of comparison cities throughout all of these cohorts that we're showing is 15.91. The national average is 16.94 per capita, and City of Ames is at 16.5. It's pretty much literally right smack dab in the middle. The yellow ones, by the way, are other college towns that we can compare you against. So the report had a number of these cohorts broken down, but I just wanted to touch on it overall. We also put together a greenhouse gas emissions forecast, what we call a business as usual forecast. Business as usual tries to do exactly that. It reflects any known commitments that are relatively solid, but then also tries to anticipate trends related to population as we can anticipate, and other trends related to vehicle miles traveled and all of those sorts of things. What this chart shows, in addition to the full forecast, is targets from the IPCC, the UN International Panel on Climate Change. They have provided guidance on where we would like to see emissions globally reach in order to cap global warming at 1.5 degrees, and that lower blue line does that, or to cap warming at 2 degrees, and that middle blue line does that. Currently, our emission forecast is along the lines of about a 4.6 degree warming. Now, if we refer back to the cohorts, it's not that Ames is off as an outlier. This is where we are as a nation, globally, really. So it just underscores our need to act to make change. The other thing that we can do with the greenhouse gas emissions forecast is we can also anticipate what the cumulative value or impact of those emissions are over time. So reflecting back to the cost of carbon based on the impacts that I talked about earlier on, we can anticipate the total value, the cumulative value of our emissions, the impact of our emissions through 2030 equals about $763 million worth of future impacts for the community. Through 2040, roughly $1.5 billion in future impacts to the city. And through 2050, roughly $2.1 billion worth of future impacts for the city. So we'll now touch on very briefly the climate vulnerability assessment, which again we provided as a foundational document for future climate action planning. And vulnerability is the degree to which a system is susceptible to or unable to cope with the adverse effects of climate change, including climate variability and extremes. So that's what we mean when we talk about variability. Touching on very briefly projections for climate change here in the Midwest, we can expect our future to become hotter with more rain and also with more drought, which sounds counterintuitive, but the reason for that is that we can anticipate that our rain events are going to pull apart from each other. We're going to have more days between our rain events. We already have actually begun to see that. And yet we'll have more precipitation falling annually. So that means when we get our rain, we'll tend to get more rain at once than what we have historically. So Iowa has already experienced an increase in temperature, decrease in spring snow cover, change in USDA hardiness zones, which if you're not familiar with USDA hardiness zones, it's when you buy a plant at the nursery or trees that are out in the forest, they're used to certain zones that they grow well in. Well, we've already changed here. Just in the last 15, 20 years, we've moved, the zones have moved north about one zone on us here. We've also experienced increased rainfall and significantly an increase in heavy downpours. Iowa and Missouri lead the country in increased heavy rains. We've also experienced an increase in growth season, which sounds fantastic and is in many ways, but it also means more pollen and more vulnerability to vector-borne diseases from ticks and mosquitoes and others. And we've seen an increase in roughly 10 to 15 days in our region. Looking back, just since 1980, we've seen an increase in temperature of 1.7, an increase in precipitation and heavy precipitation, as I've said, a slight increase in days above 95. And very importantly, storm weather events. We've seen over the last 20 years an uptick in heavy extreme weather events of 36%. The last 10 years had 36% more heavy storm events than the previous 10-year period. And looking at about an average of $4.9 million worth of damage for the county annually. Looking forward, and I like to project through the end of the century because this, I think, helps us to illustrate why we need to act. The information we've provided in the report, you can pick any date that you'd like. If you'd like to project it through 2050, we have charts that allow you to do that, or any other date. But through the end of the century, if we do not act as a society, we can anticipate an increase in temperature of 6 to 11 degrees. Precipitation, the models vary a little bit in terms of what they project for precipitation. Some of the models anticipate a little less precipitation for Iowa. Some of the models predict greater precipitation, but what they all anticipate is greater variability, as I've mentioned. Storms, rain pulling apart in time and giving us heavier rains when we get it. And very notably, an increase in days above 95 of 55 more days a year above 95. Now, those are important days because at that temperature, we stop cooling down as a human body, and vulnerable populations are very sensitive to that. I tend to think about vulnerability and climate change in terms of having the city move, because in many ways that's what's happening. Our weather is moving northwards to meet us. Southern weather is moving northwards to meet us. So our projection can anticipate about 11 miles. Our experience of the weather is going to be very similar to moving the city about 11 miles south every year, or roughly 159 feet every day, from now through the end of the century and beyond. So that means that by 2100, summers in Ames are going to feel an awful lot like Bryan, Texas, down in south central Texas. These climate impacts are certainly, we all have vulnerabilities to them. We can all be impacted by extreme weather events and others. But when we think of climate adaptation, we recommend focusing on vulnerable populations. If we can address the vulnerabilities of our most vulnerable, then we tend to make sure all of us are more secure and safe. The vulnerabilities that all of us certainly have some exposure to here range from extreme weather, flood vulnerability, air quality impacts, vector-borne diseases, food insecurity, and so forth. And as I say, we recommend focusing on the most vulnerable among us to help us make sure that all of us are safer. And this lists out who is traditionally considered to be the most vulnerable. It includes children under 5, older adults, individuals with disabilities, those in economic stress, people of color, and workers in at-risk environments. Think first responders or construction workers, for instance, who are outside all day. Those that are food insecure or individuals without vehicle access. Now, in our vulnerability assessment, we mapped out all of those vulnerable populations throughout the city, census tract by census tract. The intention for that is to try to help identify where within the city are different vulnerabilities higher or lower. It isn't that you don't want to address all of them, but it just may help in the future to prioritize where you might invest certain climate adaptive measures. Once we had all of those populations mapped, we then created a composite vulnerability that showed overall our total vulnerabilities within our populations. Where are they heaviest and where are they lighter? And with all that information, we could also project out the climate hazards and anticipate where are our higher hazards and our risks associated with that. This illustrates our within the time frame and the expected change in frequency, the sort of changes to all of our hazards. Taking those hazards and multiplying against our exposure, our vulnerabilities, we then can map out where are our greatest risks to our population. And for Ames, the higher risks are extreme heat, flooding, air quality impacts, moderate being drought, vector-borne diseases, and nutrition insecurity. We've then also mapped out the risks to infrastructure and institutions, and our highest risks anticipated at this point are buildings, which think increased extreme weather, flooding, storm events. Also think in terms of high temperatures and older buildings that may not have quite the right weatherization to protect the residents and so forth. So buildings, transportation and roads, energy, land use planning, think stormwater management and other things. And agriculture and forestry are the higher impact risks to our infrastructure and institutions. Our report also has mapped out a menu of potential climate adaptation strategies. Clearly, we recommend that if and as you proceed with the climate action plan, creating specific strategies for the city of Ames should be a part of that. We wanted to provide just a menu of potential strategies to help begin a foundation for that process. Now, the last report is the citywide solar PV potentials. That report includes a very high-level overview of statewide solar, the number of installations statewide, the marketplace within the state, number of jobs, and so forth. We then, when it came to determining the actual citywide potential, the methodology that we used was taking input data from roof plane surveys and LIDAR data, which was obtained from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. We then, from those data pools, can classify roofs based on roof orientation and tilt. So is it a flat roof? Is it a high sloped roof? Does it face south or north and so forth? And we calculated energy generation based on those roof calculations with some basic assumptions, meaning we anticipated a 350 watt panel, the installed capacity calculated with system losses that are typical, those sorts of things. So with that, we can project that the total generation capacity within the rooftop structures of Ames represents about 101 million kilowatt hours annually, or roughly 14% of current citywide consumption. And again, this is just rooftop. We then created what we call optimized generation, which is we start pulling out those orientations that in general may not necessarily be as economically advantageous. That could change, but we're trying to now look for which rooftops are quite likely to provide a good return on investment. And those rooftops represent a total capacity of about 76 million kilowatt hours annually, or roughly 10% of current citywide consumption. So the purposes of doing this is then to give us a place to start to now project out what's possible in the future. Again, looking at rooftop potential. So we created two scenarios for projecting into the future. One is scenario A, which is based on the current city share of statewide install trends. And by the way, currently we have a higher number of arrays on average than the rest of the state, but we have a lower than average installed kilowatt hour per array. We're putting in arrays faster than the rest of the state of Iowa, but the arrays that we're putting in are slightly smaller than on average. And again, scenario B, and I should point out that scenario A is what I would call baseline. It's business as usual. If we don't do anything, we should be able to expect that trend ought to continue. Scenario B is now increasing the city share in terms of kilowatt installed to match statewide installed trends per capita. So we're going to still keep that trend in terms of outpacing the state in terms of how many arrays, but we're going to try to make our average array match now the average statewide install. When we do that, scenario A, we can project out the cumulative installed capacity and then the total annual generation in terms of kilowatt hours, and represent that as a percentage of city electric consumption. And the business as usual, as you see, through 2040 gets us to about 1.75% of city electric consumption generated on rooftop solar. Scenario B, however, ups that a little bit. By 2040, we would arrive at 4.11% of citywide consumption being generated on rooftop solar. We also like to position these the benefits of rooftop solar or solar in general. And the first way that we do that is we look at economic impacts and job projection potentials. This model is from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory's tool that they call the JEDI tool. And it takes national averages, and we can tweak that a little bit for region, and then anticipate how many jobs can be created through a certain volume of solar. And you can see that the projection under scenario B is a total impact of roughly 69 jobs during installation and potentially up to 14 jobs for ongoing maintenance and operations. Looking at the environmental benefits, we can calculate the annual, based on the annual generation, the total greenhouse gas emission reduction. And I also like to represent that in terms of volume for those of us that are visual, and then water footprint reduction. Now, the water footprint reduction is not necessarily off of our water bill, each of us individually, but water and energy definitely have an overlap. And as we move from fossil fuels into renewables, specifically like solar, the amount of water that we consume together is significantly less. And so we can see that under scenario B through 2040, we could anticipate a reduction of about 15,000 to 16,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases, or about 133 million gallons less water consumed regionally related to that energy. Now in our report, we also did throw in some potential recommendations and sort of a menu of strategies, if you will, that you could explore moving forward. Again, we recognize that you are potentially anticipating doing a climate action planning effort, and this is intended to just help provide a basis of some potential ideas to help begin that process. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll turn it over for any questions.
Okay, council.
So I do have a question about the city comparisons. Is there a difference in the numbers for that based on whether a city is producing its own electricity like Ames is, or if it's buying electricity off the grid?
Councilmember, that's a fantastic question, and the answer is sometimes yes, sometimes no. The reason for that is that certainly if we were comparing city operations emissions and included, for instance, the city's generation capacities, comparing operation against operation for other cities, we could be all over the place because, as I mentioned, a number of cities do not have generating capacity under the city's own capacities. Which, by the way, it's fantastic that you do because that puts a lot of your future in your own hands, which is fantastic. So that's excellent. So when it comes to city operations, the comparisons would be all over the map. However, when it comes to community-wide emissions, what it really boils down to is where are we generating our energy? So are we using fossil fuels? Are we using coal to generate our energy? Are we using natural gas? Are we doing a lot of hydro? Do we have a lot of other renewables like solar and wind? And based on the choices that our energy providers are making to help provide us our energy, that makes all the difference in the world. And we find some municipal energy systems are using coal. Some municipal energy systems are really focusing heavily on renewables, as Ames is. It really has less to do with who is controlling the power plant and more to do with how those people that are controlling the power plant are making decisions, if that makes sense.
Thanks.
I could ask a related question. When it comes to characterizing the emissions that come from our purchases of electricity from the grid, how do you know whether it's comes from coal or natural gas or what the right factors are? Is that something that you can just find out by asking the grid providers?
That's a superb question, Michael. Do you want to clarify that?
Yes, I'm sorry. I think I lost the video, but could you repeat the question, please?
I sure can. When characterizing the greenhouse gas emissions that come from our purchases of electricity from the grid,
yes.
How do you know what the breakdown of sources is in order to do that? Is that something you can just ask the provider from the grid about?
Yes, that's correct. First of all, the information is published, and your city staff were extremely helpful in translating the exact data that they've gathered for the operation of the power plant, and allowed me to be able to work that in to fit with the emission factors from the other 4 providers.
Great, thanks.
I have one other question about the potential impact of adding more solar. Given that we do rely on our municipal electric plant to be burning RDF as one of the sustainable means of producing energy, if we increase our solar, is there a negative trade-off then for our municipal electric services if we are not using as much of the RDF?
Thank you. That's also a very excellent question. Thank you very much, Councilmember. There's lots of varying opinions on that, and I would definitely invite your Ames energy departments to weigh in on their feelings on that. But from my perspective, no. Solar and other renewables like wind can be very additive and contributive to our grid. First of all, there's an awful lot of opportunity to do peak shaving through the use of solar, and can help balance our overall loads within a community. When we use solar and wind, it can actually help us balance. But the other thing that I'll point out is even if we were to literally carpet every roof in the community with solar, and again, we have solar opportunities that are not on a roof. You can put solar on ground, you can put solar over parking lots, and that would increase our potential, but we did not include that in the study, this particular study. But if we were to carpet every building with solar, we're still only hitting about 10 to 15% of your total current consumption. So with that, we have an awful lot of space to be adding solar right now without incurring any sort of a challenge. But as I've indicated, for energy departments or power plants that are open to renewables, there's opportunities for us to use those as a beneficial contribution to the grid. It's only when we resist the renewables, from my perspective, when we run into some challenge. Now, I will point out that there are some instances where there may be some infrastructure that may need to be upgraded. I don't know for a fact because we didn't dig that deeply. That would be a very different study. But there may be some portions where the grid may need to be updated a bit, or capacities may need to be adjusted for very large arrays. So that is a potential. But overall, we find that the more renewables we get into a community, the more resilience we have, and a better balance we have overall to grid management potentials.
So when you do all this comparison, what impact does the manufacture of solar panels, wind turbines, life expectancy, impact on the environment for disposal when they exceed or when they reach their life expectancy? Does that get factored into your overall analysis, or is it strictly just more or less looking at the efficacy of the different systems?
Mr. Mayor, that's a good question. And our report currently just looks at the efficacy of systems in general. Some of the specifics of the questions that you asked will vary somewhat from manufacturer to manufacturer. I can say, though, that in general, the environmental ROI, the return on investment of, say, carbon footprint of a solar panel usually has a payoff of within about 2 years. And in fact, that number is starting to come down a bit. So these systems do have their own carbon footprint, because right now we are vastly fossil fuel driven. As we become less and less fossil fuel driven, their footprint will also come down. But typically they make up for their carbon footprint within, as I say, about 2 years. There are considerations with solar panels specifically related to waste. The United States, frankly, no one in the world yet has really good solar recycling infrastructure in place. But there are actually a number of folks that are working on that, because they do anticipate that out 20 years or so, there's going to be a great market for it. So there are folks that are beginning to explore how to implement good solar recycling. But the panels that get installed, typically we can anticipate a lifespan. They're warranted for 20 to 25 years. They should very easily make 30 years, and there's a number of panels out there that are still operating at 40 years old. So it's an issue, but it's an issue that I think will be resolved, but not yet resolved.
Now, on your slide number, I think it's 19, it's the findings and brief, where you have the, I call it the donuts, the citywide admissions, total city operations, and city operations net. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. When you say citywide, is that our entire community, including Iowa State and DOT and all our residents, or is that just the our city-wide operations as a City of Ames organization?
And are you seeing the slide that I put it back on there? Is that coming through?
Oh no, you didn't. You need to share your screen. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I have a couple more questions, if you would.
Yeah. So the donuts, the smallest donut is the City of Ames operations, excluding energy generation. So that puts you head to head with any other city operations anywhere else in the country. That then is a subset of total city operations for the city of Ames, which includes now the Ames system generation. And that then is a subset of your citywide emissions. And that's just emissions within the city of Ames. So it just tries to show how those get nested, and the percentage next to the city operations is 6.6% of the total citywide emissions.
So citywide emissions would include everything that Iowa State, all the private vehicle traffic, et cetera, then?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And then I need a little help understanding the financial impact slide, which is your number 13. I think I understand the decrease in agriculture because of impact on crops witnessed by a week ago yesterday. Mortality, labor productivity, help me understand that. And also, how does property crime and violent crime, how is that arrived at in terms of how do emissions affect that?
You bet. So first, I'll also point out that all of this information came from a national study that was pretty robust, done by the University of California at Berkeley. And we reference it there. It's the name of the study. But what they've done is they've taken metrics, just studying changes of different communities, comparing different communities back and forth, that if this community has historically had certain temperatures versus that community that has different temperatures, and collecting data and then analyzing that to identify trends and differences between that can occur with temperature impacts. So with that, there's a very direct link, for instance, with violent crime and property crime both. There's very direct linkages that have been identified between average summertime temperatures, for instance, of communities. As the temperature goes up, crime actually increases. So even if you try to equate it out based on community size or demographics, that relationship seems pretty consistent. Energy consumption, labor productivity, I should point out, labor productivity is actually both outdoor labor as well as office labor. As our temperatures go up, or as we are impacted with different weather events, just the loss of labor related to, just imagine, we have a storm and we lose labor, or it's now 95 degrees for the next month, and the impacts that has on, say, construction workers or factory workers. The study also illustrates that does have, although a more minor impact, but it does have an impact on office workers. Hot, humid temperatures, we just start working slightly less effectively. And the energy, of course, is just the impact of increased energy usage. So with each of these numbers, they've anticipated through those relationship studies of existing trends, comparing communities around the country. They've then established the percentage impact for each of those based on increasing average temperatures, and applied that then to our modeled climate changes here through the end of the century. And then have taken those percentage impacts and applied it to current GDP values, and then just projected that into the future. So those the actual numbers could go up and down their relationship to current GDP. And as I indicated, they're also expressed in today's dollars. So, actual dollars in 20, 30, 50, 80 years will be different, of course.
I was just surprised because Ames, we're talking just about Ames, and we don't really, in our city limits, have very much agriculture. So I'm trying to get to how you got to $61 million. I understand, I don't want to get into the weeds, but it's just more or less, if it's going to be used as something going forward in terms of rationalizing or justifying investments because you're going to save money, I think it's important to understand what's in the baseline information that you're providing. And I guess it would seem to be, based on that logic, that in Bryan, Texas, they have 4% more violent crime, 1.8% more property crime right now than we do, because they're at a higher temperature. And same as the fact that I understand the energy, probably, I'm sure they spend more in terms of cooling. But it'd be intriguing to do a comparative analysis and realize, is that really true? Just trying to test the information. I understand you got it from somebody else, so I'm not trying to pick on you, but I was quite surprised by the number, and just want to be careful that we're using data which is can be justified and can be defended to the point. Now, if this is more or less this generation, just to give you an idea what impact it might be, and that's it, so be it, and we'll just take it with a grain of salt, I guess, in terms of that. But anyway, that's all. So,
if I may also add to that, so another way you can, and we're happy to share the base report and study that was done with you to see all of their methodologies, and I feel like it's a pretty solid study. But another way you can look at this is you could validate the end result. And so the end result is saying that our emissions have an impact for us in the future. And this is one way of attempting to try to quantify what does that mean. If you take that number and simply divide it by your number of emissions, we end up with roughly $55 per metric ton of carbon emission as what we call a social cost of carbon. It's a very common term. And so one way you can validate, well, how close is that number to potential reality, is compare that with other calculations of social cost of carbon, which there have been many, many studies and certainly ongoing still. The IPCC has done studies, the National Climate Assessments has done studies, a number of universities have done studies. State of Minnesota just recently did a study anticipating social cost of carbon. And in our region, typically what you end up with is about $50 per metric ton in terms of social cost of carbon. So this may be a little bit higher than that. We're at $55 per ton, but we're in that same basic ballpark of that number. And I will point out that other studies anticipate social cost of carbon. 50 is about as low as I've heard, going upwards of $200 a metric ton. So as a projection, we're just trying to help anticipate, describe how might we arrive at a social cost of carbon.
I think as we go on, and I think it's council moves into a cap, then at that point, if we come back to this, it'd be worth digging more into it. Otherwise, if it's just more or less a touch point or a data point, we'll leave it at that at this point. So, any other questions for staff? I'm sorry, for Ted or for Michael?
I have a question.
Tim.
So, just as a fundamental question, how were greenhouse gas emissions measured? I noticed there were no references to margin of error. So, is that something that is sometimes done? Because at some point, we're going to be evaluating how measures that we've taken have reduced greenhouse gases, and how do we know that we've actually? It seems like if we're going to go to these lengths to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, we need to make sure that we understand the way in which that data is arrived at. Could you speak to the way in which that's done? Thank you.
I'm happy to. First of all, all of the data are readily accessible and verifiable. The electricity data in terms of consumption comes from each of the providers. I certainly trust it to be reliable. Same thing is true for natural gas. Coal usage came from the university and from your own electrical system. On-road transportation, as I mentioned, comes from the Iowa Department of Transportation in terms of vehicle miles traveled. There's a complex methodology to get that kind of a number, but they've been using it for decades, and many systems rely upon that data. In terms of translating from vehicle miles traveled to greenhouse gas emissions, I used national data because I could not find state-specific data, Iowa-specific data. So it's based upon the Federal Highway Administration measuring VMT nationally, by vehicle, and then from that to various road configurations, and then using EPA data gave me the fuel efficiency by vehicle type. From that, I could get to the amount of fuel consumed. With that, I could then make it create an emission factor, that is greenhouse gas tons per million miles, vehicle miles traveled. That's all using either state or federal data, and it's all published. In terms of the airport emissions, that's your own data since you own the airport, that's gallons of jet fuel and aviation gas. Wastewater treatment, it's your own facility. They know exactly the amount of electricity, gallons used, gallons produced, natural gas used, and so forth. Same thing is true for the potable water system. Solid waste comes from a variety of sources. Again, it's as I mentioned, the county knows how much is delivered to the Boone County landfill. In terms of what goes through the Chantlin RFD facility, that's well known in terms of tons of waste, the amount that's recycled, there's metal recovery, the number of tons of RDF that's produced, which then is calculated in terms of part of the fuel system for your at the power plant. So all of these data are published, or your own staff produced data.
So basically, we could create our own benchmark. I mean, this is our own data. The traffic information, I mean, that's pretty speculative on your part. I mean, you're having to try to stretch some data to make it work. I mean, so there we have some element of unknown. But in terms of our own data, we could really create our own benchmarking ourselves, as long as we sort of know the formula to base upon, so many units of energy create so many units of greenhouse gases. Is it fair to say we could do that on our own?
Yes, actually, in part because all of the information is illustrated in the report. As Michael is outlining, there is raw data consumption, and then there's emission factors, and all of those are illustrated. But more importantly, we're providing the city a couple of tools. It's actually the very tools that we use to create the greenhouse gas inventory. And basically, if you follow the bouncing ball, you can see how everything was put together. And there's an instruction manual also that goes with it. Which means that there are you originally asked, are there like percentage off kind of a point? Sometimes we may talk about emissions in terms of confidence level, and confidence levels are either very high confidence level, or medium or low. And I would say most of the information in here is very high confidence level. There's lots of science behind how much emission a gallon of gas produces. That's just pure science, math and chemistry. And so there's very high confidence level on that. VMT, as you've mentioned, actually is drawn from the Iowa State Department of Transportation. So that number, I would say, it has a moderate confidence level. They're doing lots of calculations to project out anticipated actual number of miles driven, but they have a lot of history of doing it. So we feel pretty good about those numbers.
I can speak to, if I can interrupt, Ted.
I don't want to take more time. That didn't answer my question. I'll defer to the mayor. Thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
I have a quick question with regard to vehicle miles traveled. Does that attribute to Ames the vehicle miles traveled on, say, the interstate in US 30 that merely pass through Ames for pass-through drivers?
The VMT is done on a jurisdictional boundary for cities and counties and statewide. So yes, that traffic on the interstate and on local roads within the city boundaries are counted by the state.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mary, Deb, Susan, any comments or input? Mary, you're muted, but I see your head shaking, so.
No, I was going to just say that nothing necessarily to add. I think it's been a very thorough process. I think that, for us to move forward, we need to know where we are, right, exactly at this moment. And so I think we've covered a lot of those bases, and excited to look at goal setting from here on.
How about you, Deb or Susan?
Well, I've certainly enjoyed the process and learned a lot along the way, and anticipate learning more, moving into more of a action planning. And I truly appreciate the work that Ted and Michael have accomplished, and that of the department heads and their staff and Mary. It was definitely a team effort, and I'm anxious to continue that effort.
Yeah, my mind just kind of starts spinning, thinking how much data you guys actually had to crunch and all the stuff you collected. But it was pretty fascinating, and I tried to read through your 100 and some page report. I have to say that it wasn't like a best novel, I hate to say that, but it was certainly very, very nicely done. Thank you very much. You're to be commended for what seemed to be pretty clear and educational, and I think our questions are more trying to understand it, because you guys are swimming in those waters every day. I could ask probably 10 more questions, but I'm not sure they're germane for this evening. So anyway, Steve, the next steps for council, I know that we can certainly move in, or just by receipt of this, accept this report, and then can you walk us through in terms of our next steps for climate action plan?
Sure. This is one of your significant goals for next year, and we made sure that even with all the cuts due to COVID-19, we kept the money in for consultants to help the city council move through a establishment of a climate action plan. So the next step will be for our team, our staff team, to put together an RFP. We'll probably come back and show it to the council once before we take it out, and then we'll move ahead with probably a very robust system and process like you have seen with the land use policy plan. It's good to most communities want to make sure we get all elements of the community involved, all sectors of the community involved, to give you input before you make some policy decisions. So I can see it very similar to the land use policy plan, but we'll bring it back to you. That'll be the next step, the request for proposals, then send it out. So even though the world's a little topsy-turvy, hopefully we can move forward now.
I presume that all this data, the RFP for this greenhouse gas inventory is not copyrighted. It's actually transferable to whoever does the climate action plan, whether it's Blue Dot or Blue Pale Dot or whatever. I guess there's a question out of curiosity. How'd you get your name of your company?
That's a great question. So if you've ever heard Carl Sagan's speech, The Pale Blue Dot, that's what it's based on.
I see.
It's a beautiful speech.
I get the orange one. That one makes more sense.
Yes.
Okay, there's no action needed tonight. Is that correct, Steve, in terms of, we'll just accept the report?
Accept the report. Motion to accept the report will be fine.
All right. Is there a motion to accept the report as presented by Ted and Michael this evening?
Move we accept the report.
Bronwyn?
Second.
Rachel, second. Thank you. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? All right, gentlemen. Thank you.
Mayor, one more thing. The staff report on the suggested alternative 1B, part of alternative 1, was to direct the staff to proceed with the RFP process. Steve, do you need that direction?
No, I think that's part of your goal.
Good.
So I'm
Okay.
in that direction.
Okay. Thank you.
Forgot about those.
Okay. And I'd really like to thank Ted and Michael for, I thought, a very tight and focused presentation. It was very helpful. Really,
Hey, you
very
guys,
much.
I agreed. You covered a lot of material, and even though it took us a little over an hour to get through it, there was a lot to cover, and it wasn't just one; it was 3 different items. So I would agree. Thank you, guys. You did it.
Thank you.
Did a marvelous
Thank you very much.
job. So,
And if I may, I just wanted to thank you very much for having us here tonight and for letting us do this work with you. But I wanted to point out to you as leaders to the city that your staff is pretty amazing.
Yes.
There was more engagement from your city staff than any other city that I have ever worked with on a greenhouse gas inventory. Usually you have to really work hard to get stuff. Your staff was amazing. They've really put in a lot of effort. So I think not only should they be commended, I'd love for you to just know that that was a very high-end effort that was provided. So good job.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
Well, we thank you, and we get so used to it, Ted and Michael, that we just kind of take it for granted they're going to do it. But it's just nice to hear that and to be compared to other institutions. And we agree we have phenomenal staff, and that has definitely been shown in the last week in what we've been going through. There's no one else in the United States I'd rather work with than our staff. They're great. So thank you for the kudos, and we'll see to it that the city manager puts that in all the files of all the different employees on that one. Right, Deb?
That's right.
All right.
Good note.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Any closing comments? Otherwise, we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda.
No, thank you very much.
All right.
Do feel free to let us know if any of you do have questions. We'd be happy to spend time sharing more information. So,
all right. Thank you. All right. We'll move on to item 24, a staff report on factors to consider if implementing a citywide face covering mandate. Deb.
All right. So this information is being provided to you as a result of direction that you gave to staff at the July 14th City Council meeting. And that direction involved developing a process to determine when is an appropriate time to implement a citywide face covering mandate. So I put information in here about the different partners that we already are involved with throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. So we would look at reaching out to our local health sources, Mary Greeley Medical Center, McFarland Clinic, Story County Public Health on the rate of positive COVID-19 cases and the community spread of the virus. We would also look at information coming out through the Department of Public Health and the CDC and monitoring the guidance that those entities are providing. And then we also could look at what the CDC has developed for the pandemic planning scenarios. Those are out on their website to help design what the public health officials need to do in the areas of transmissibility, disease severity, and then the pre-symptomatic and asymptomatic contributions to this disease transmission. So following the analysis of all that information that would be collected, we would also look at the factors outlined in the report. Where is the ICU at Mary Greeley with its capacity? We get weekly reports right now through our EOC partners meeting, but we would have to pay very close attention to that. The percentage of positive COVID-19 cases within the county and reaching that red zone, which is that 10% mark, and watching if it's going to continue rising. Communicating with Iowa State and our community schools, and are they moving to an all virtual learning platform? Businesses may reduce hours and or close as a result of loss of staff due to the virus, or closing to reduce the transmission of the virus. And then also paying attention to the governor's proclamation and any amendments that are made to mandating face coverings. So as we know, the current proclamation highly encourages the use of face coverings, and the Attorney General's office has come out with an opinion that cities and counties are not able to mandate such an ordinance or a requirement within their jurisdictions. So in response to this, at the same meeting on July 14th, City Council supported Mayor Hala writing a letter to the governor requesting such authority so that we could consider requiring face coverings in public. To date, we have not received that authority or heard back. So we continued moving forward with adopting the Cyclones Care and 4 Pillars of Health campaign. And we continue to do that. And then the council also approved a measure requiring face coverings within city buildings. and during some parks and recreation activities. So that went into effect July 27th. That's what we've done locally. In the report, there is a table outlining the actions taken by a variety of other communities going back to early July actually. And I won't go through those individually, but there have been some updates since this report was written. And those updates include Dubuque, Mount Vernon, and Waterloo all adopting face covering requirements within their communities. So that's been a change. Story County Public Health has provided a letter to all city and county government officials about their recommendations on face coverings going forward. And the Story County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution requesting that authority from Governor Reynolds. That was done a couple of weeks ago. And, they're waiting on the Board of Health to possibly draft a resolution for a countywide mandate on wearing masks. So that takes us to our current situation, and I think it's very important as this is discussed that we take into consideration what it involves in enforcing any kind of a requirement or mandate. Most communities, the desire or expectation is not enforced in their proclamations or their orders. Both Iowa City and Muscatine indicated that either a misdemeanor or a municipal infraction would be cited. But to date, in talking with officials there, they have not issued any kind of citation, but they really try to continue educating the importance of wearing a face covering to help mitigate the spread of the virus. So you have options there before you to consider, and I'm available for any questions or comments you may have.
Thanks, Deb. Any questions for Deb to start with on any of this? I have some other, well, I've set the table on some things too, but anything for Deb to begin with.
Deb, can you tell us what sort of action was taken in Mount Vernon or Dubuque? I think Waterloo passed a resolution. So I guess I'm wanting to understand whether these are resolutions, proclamations, or ordinances.
I believe Muscatine's was an ordinance.
No, it's a mayor's proclamation.
I'm sorry.
It's in your chart. It's in your chart, Deb. It says Muscatine was a mayor's proclamation for citywide face covering. She did it.
Yeah, I got the stuff that's in the chart, but Deb pointed out Mount Vernon had taken action, and that's not in the chart, right? And Waterloo, I think, was a resolution, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yes, and Dubuque was an ordinance.
Okay,
Mount Vernon, I would have to look that one up.
I can speak to Mount Vernon. I happen to have it right in front of me. It is a resolution, but it begins by saying that it is symbolic in nature and staff will not be able to enforce this resolution.
And Waterloo, the reason it's not Waterloo isn't in here is because I think council knows it was just passed last night, so it's fresh.
And that one is a resolution from Waterloo.
It's interesting in Waterloo, their enforcement is as the mayor was so deemed being appropriate, and Waterloo is one of either 2 or 3 cities in the state where they do not have city manager form of government. The mayor actually serves as a full-time city manager as well as the mayor, so that mayor has broader powers, duties, and responsibilities than a weak mayor. It's like a strong mayor. So
I actually have one other question, and maybe this is more for Mark, because I'm still trying to figure out what the difference is in the weight that might be given to a resolution versus a proclamation. If they're both just expressing expectations, is there really a difference in quality of those? Or is it simply that one is done by the mayor and the other is done by council?
Yeah,
that's typically it. Usually a proclamation comes from the mayor and resolution comes from the council. I have seen resolutions that other cities have done where they put penalties into things. I don't like that. I think if you're gonna put a penalty in, you ought to do an ordinance, because I'm not convinced that that would hold up in court if you charge someone for violating a resolution. So typically a resolution is a statement by the council. There's an argument that the mayor might have the authority under the mayor's emergency powers section of the Iowa Code. I'm not convinced on that either, but I think, mayor's proclamation is preferable to just doing a resolution if your goal is to put something into place that has penalties to it. But I think the best option is to go with an ordinance.
Mark, you have any other comments regarding? You also had a memo in the council packet for CAF.
Yeah, and I just wanted to explain a little further, and I kind of addressed that in my prior memo a few weeks ago. But I just wanted to touch on what this alternative legal theory is that's out there. I've not changed my opinion or my advice on it, but I wanted you to know that there is this other legal theory out there, and certainly, Iowa City and Dubuque have used to proceed with putting a face covering mandate into place. So that is there. I don't think anyone's going to know on this until there's a court decision. So there's no guarantee. It's one of those fuzzy areas of law. There's really no case law on it. So we're all taking our best guess with our training and knowledge. And again, my advice remains to follow the Attorney General's opinion. That is, but that's my legal advice, and you're policymakers. So you may decide to ignore my legal advice, and I won't get bent out of shape about that. There is another legal theory out there that I think seems perfectly valid. I've looked at it. Local attorney Frank Fielmeyer wrote a piece that was published in the Iowa Capital Dispatch that's then cited a lot about home rule authority and how that works. It's that same legal theory. So it's a valid legal theory, and there's no clear answer on it. But I think the Attorney General's office has it right, but there's no guarantee that they do.
Any questions from Mark on his memo?
So, Mark, just a couple questions. So,
sure.
Not just the Attorney General's office; it's the majority of municipal attorneys in Iowa that have taken the same position. Is that correct?
That's correct. As far as I know, I have not, other than the cities that have, issued something, I don't know of any municipal attorneys that are advising otherwise. It's typically they're advising, I think the vast majority are advising their councils to follow the Attorney General's advice and believe that the Attorney General got it right.
And if we were to pass an ordinance that does not, where we don't have authority, what is the effect of such an ordinance?
Well, we can enforce it until we're told by a court that we don't have the authority. There's a line of cases about, acting under color of law, but as long as you have a reasonable belief that you're acting under a color of law, and like I said, there is a pretty valid legal theory that's, different than the one I have. I don't think there are any grave consequences to that in terms of, potential Section 1983 action against the city or anything. I don't worry about that. We could lose the prosecutions. And, I think that's where we're going to first encounter this is that if we actually cite somebody and they go to court, they're going to, pull up the Attorney General's opinion and offer it to the judge, and we'll have an argument about it. So, that there's a risk that we lose those. I don't see that as a big risk though, because we've still achieved something with the enforcement. But the risk is that we can get sued by a citizen of Ames, and then we have to defend a lawsuit. The state may take some sort of action against cities. They have shown no indication of doing that yet. I've noted that the governor has, really kind of taken some steps regarding school districts not following her order. But there's been no similar movement by the governor's office regarding the cities that have adopted these local mandates. So, but that's not to say they won't. But at this point, we've seen no indication that they're looking to start a fight over this.
And so this question is for either Steve or for Mark, and maybe we should give it to Steve. Steve, in your tenure as city manager, do you remember a time when the council disregarded the advice of the city attorney?
I can't recall one at a time. No.
Marcus, in your time, you haven't been here obviously as long as Steve, but in your time, has there been a time when the council did not follow the advice of the city attorney?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Council, I've asked Brian to add some individuals to the panel here, and you see M. Norton. Mike Norton is Mike. Why don't you introduce yourself? I'll let you do your quick bio.
Good evening. I'm General Counsel for Iowa State University and have been serving on the President's Fall Planning Committee and the task force related to fall planning and at the university. So glad to be here. Interested in your discussion today for sure.
Thank you. And one of my new BFFs is Michael Newton. We see each other every Thursday night on our call. Mike Norton and Chief Newton have become great confidants and true partners, along with so many administrative individuals. And we've I don't know how many meetings we've been on, and how we're Zoom buddies right now. So, I'll set the table a bit more. But Chief, why don't you introduce yourself and your role, because it's a key role there at the university, like Mike Norton's is.
Yeah, so Michael Newton, I'm the Associate Vice President for Public Safety and Chief of Police here. I serve as a liaison with the Senior Leadership Group when our Emergency Operations Center is open. And I'm also on the Fall Planning Committee and a few other committees that deal with COVID-19 right now. And then I'm been the liaison with the mayors and elected officials throughout this every Thursday night. We meet with all of them and work through what Iowa State University is doing through this pandemic.
And Jeff, I think you're been here for a couple of years, is that right? Or is it 23 or something like that? So anyway, I've asked Jeff to join the group tonight too, because I think he'll weigh into some of the conversations. And also, you have some firsthand knowledge of what transpired over the last few days in Campus Town too. So I think everyone in council knows and greatly appreciates and respects what you're doing. So, well, just to kind of open this up in terms of this conversation, I know that all of us on council are very concerned, and as all other citizens are, concerned in Ames about just trying to minimize the spread of COVID-19. And we certainly were thrilled that Iowa State opened up to have on-campus, learning. We were thrilled to have students come back, and they're people that we represent them. They're part of our community, and they're an integral part to it. And I can attest, my head just spun when Chief Newton would share all the stuff that's been going on, the days they've been counting down, and all the preparations and the planning to try and minimize the spread. And sort of, I mean, gosh, they're testing, all the students live on campus. They're testing, I think, faculty, Gloria can attest to all the things they've gone through and all the educational purposes, all for the purpose of trying to not only protect the Iowa State community, but also to protect the Ames community. And I really appreciate the fact that the message has always been, it's not just about us as a campus, it's about our community. And as students have returned, one of the things we knew we wanted to monitor is, how are we trying to minimize the spread? And I think it's not much a mystery that face coverings is one way, and social distancing. And that's where Iowa State took the lead with the, Cyclone Cares and their initiative. And you all have seen that, you've heard about it. And but as students have returned, just to kind of set the table again, is that there have been some concerns with some of the gatherings, the large gatherings that are going on off campus. We understand people have been cooped up for 5-6 months. We get that, they want to enjoy socializing. But we're still in the midst of a pandemic, and we want to, one, protect our entire Ames community. We want to protect the students. We want to try and minimize it. When I say protect, we cannot guarantee, we cannot ensure that the COVID will not spread. I mean, that's just the point. But we want to try and, again, keep the doors open at Iowa State. We want to keep, minimize the amount of population in the hospital. And we want to protect those who are vulnerable as best we can. And we're seeing, as we all know, the huge variety of adoption of wearing face coverings. So to that end, Steve and I had a telephone call with Dr. Winterstein last Thursday to talk about how can we strengthen, the message on Cyclone Cares, because we want to make sure that we try and minimize what's going on. We knew that 801 day was going to be coming. It's just a fact of life, I guess. But then it was significant enough that I think it drew attention to a lot of people in the community, and also gave some pause and some concern to Iowa State as well too. And they have adopted mandatory face coverings, I believe, on campus. There's a whole litany of guidelines and student conduct. When they get off campus, that's where it ends up becoming more of a city situation than it does an Iowa State situation. Although we wish that students would understand that we're expecting the same thing off campus as we do have on campus. So to that end, we had a Zoom call on Monday morning to talk about, and both Mr. Norton and Chief Newton were on that call, as well as Jeff Huff, and talked about the events and what transpired over the weekend. And there was a request, to what else can council do to kind of help, in a partnership situation. And I will say, I know part of my job being mayor is being a cheerleader, but I can't be prouder of the way that our county and our local communities and Iowa State have worked together, and the business community as well. And we all have the same goal, and that is to try and just keep our doors open and keep minimize the spread. And so we're in this together, and no one's wanting to go off, on their own. And the Board of Supervisors has been very good about communicating with me and just saying they don't want to get out ahead of the communities as well too. But we have to have a conversation about what are potentially COVID spreading, activities. But that's also set against the backdrop of the things we've talked about for the good part of the summer, what Mark has done his research on, and the options that have been put before you. I will share with you that I called and talked to the mayors of Ankeny, Coralville, Des Moines, Urbandale, and Iowa City. That's all the time really allowed me to do. and discussed with them what kind of responses they got from adopting either proclamations encouraging people to wear face coverings to mandates. And I will say that Coralville and Iowa City are kind of like kissing cousins. And to add to that, they actually have Johnson County has actually also adopted a face covering mandate. So you have the first thing that came was Coralville. They adopted, mayor proclaimed a face covering encouragement. And he reports that he did see, some positive adoption of that, although it wasn't widespread. The mayor of Iowa City said that when they adopted the mandatory face covering, they have seen pretty good compliance. And Rachel, I asked her this afternoon, her sister lives there, and she attests to the fact that there is good adoption of wearing face coverings in Iowa City. And of course, Iowa City and Coralville kind of bleed into one another, so it's kind of hard to know exactly how which one's controlling what. In fact, the mayor of Coralville said that he thought, his sense was that the community took his proclamation as being a mandate without it being a mandate. And so they really kind of, they took attention. And it helped at that time because his has been in place since July 14th. So then you had Target and a lot of the big box stores went ahead and adopted their face covering requirements, which also helped. And then Johnson County adopted it. So they have these multiple layers, going on, and students aren't back yet. They return. Their classes start next Monday. They didn't start this past Monday. So there's no real true comparison to that. In Urbandale and in Ankeny, they saw a little bit of effect, but I can't report to you that it's just been overwhelming by virtue of a proclamation in Ankeny or as a council resolution in Urbandale that there was this overwhelming, change in behavior. And then in Des Moines, they've done. It's been interesting. Mayor County did say that he believes that it had his proclamation, which strongly encourages wearing face coverings, has been beneficial, and they have seen increased face covering wearing. But they're taking a different approach. Instead of his proclamation, and what they're doing is the city bought 10,000 masks, have distributed those masks to law enforcement and fire department. And as they engage with the public, if people are not wearing masks, they encourage people to wear masks and say, hey, the mayor's proclaimed, this is an emergency health situation. We want to get people to be wearing face coverings. And so they're doing more of a carrot versus a stick. They're not doing enforcement in terms of writing citations. And to Deb's point, in Iowa City, they have issued 0 citations to anybody. And I did not have time to talk to Dubuque, but Dubuque just adopted theirs and it went into effect last Monday. So it's only been in force for a short period of time. But I can certainly contact Dubuque if you would so like me to, and talk to their mayor as well as Quentin Hart in Waterloo that just adopted theirs as well. So with that said, we're looking for ways to encourage, and it's not only, and this was a part of the conversation yesterday, was it's not just a matter of students, it's all individuals. So I want to make it very clear, and Nicole and Rachel, please share with your peers, this is not picking on students, because we all go into grocery stores or other places of business. It's people from all walks of life. It's not just students. It's just the influx of students coming from all over the United States, and all of a sudden, boom, coming in quickly. We knew it was going to be happening, but that's one aspect. But the other issue is Iowa State has said no tailgating on Iowa State property this year. And that doesn't mean that tailgating is going away. It just means it's not going to happen on Iowa State property. It's going to get spread throughout the neighborhoods, throughout the city. And we want people to celebrate, people to enjoy football. My gosh, I think we're all just itching for something to be more back to normal. But we could have tailgate parties from people from all over the state of Iowa coming in from all different ages in neighborhoods wanting to watch, the football games and gathering together. So hopefully there's going to be at least, I think, 6 home games, this year. And we sure want to see those happen. And we sure want to see students continue to live in Ames and experience college life as it was meant to be, on campus, albeit it's not quite the same. I'm sure as Gloria can attest, I'm sure as Rachel and Nicole can attest, it's not quite the same as it was, previously. With that, I'm just trying to set the table in terms of, the conversation, in terms of where we're going. I know I talked to all of you, ahead of time and have some ideas in terms of what some thoughts and concerns, you have. I mean, like everything that you deal with, that we deal with, it's complex, and there's so many different things that are going on. And we don't want to get into a police state. We don't want to get law enforcement put in positions that becomes confrontational. I would say that Iowa State and Ames law enforcement have done an amazing job of working at de-escalating and working with situations. And Chief Newton shared, and so did, Chief Huff, about just the ways that they have worked on that, and also the history. What happens when you don't, if you try and shut down parties, what can happen? So with that, Mike Norton and Chief Newton and Jeff, if you want to jump in and add anything to it or reinforce things that make sure they represent what your thoughts are. And again, your valued partners, we are thrilled that Iowa State is, in Ames, and we're thankful that you guys are here to join us in this conversation. We'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, Mayor, this is Mike Norton. I'll start just by saying we appreciate the thoughtful and important partnership between the city and the university on these issues. Just maybe it might be helpful just to kind of explain where the university's been on masks. If you've been following, you've probably seen this. It's certainly been an evolution. We started out with a policy that said that masks are expected. And we got feedback from that right away that our campus community did not feel like that was strong enough. The biggest concern when we started out from there has always been enforcement. How do we enforce something that we put into place? But as we progressed from early March to having the expectation to now being a requirement, the concerns about enforcement haven't gone away, but the impact of that change, I think, has been felt across campus. So even though the enforcement still is difficult, and we have an enforcement policy that I would say is enforcement light. I mean, we're really trying to educate, provide masks, and most of the enforcement is for people who've forgotten or who walked out without one or whatever. And so a big part of our strategy is providing a mask and helping them comply. But the transformation from it being expected to being required has had a transformational effect on campus in terms of compliance. So even though enforcement is still difficult, that change in direction has had a positive impact on people actually wearing masks. On campus today, the last couple of days, we've had classes on campus, as you know. I would say we have had virtually 100% compliance in the classroom in the last 2 days. I would say, on campus in general, we have a pretty high level of compliance, certainly not 100%, but even in the outdoor areas in our buildings, we have a very high degree of compliance. As you go, further away from the classrooms, further away from kind of central campus, I think we see compliance, drop off, and certainly off campus, we're seeing less compliance than on campus. But so, in large part, I would say the enforcement, sometimes we felt like, what's really the difference between being expected and being required? But what we found is there's a huge difference between that and the language. Even though it may appear to be somewhat symbolic, it really has an important impact. I think it has had an important impact on our students and on how they view wearing masks. And while I completely understand the enforcement challenges with the city, I do think even if it is largely symbolic, that symbolism will have an incredible important effect on our community and particularly on our students. And so, from our perspective, whatever you can do to strengthen the possibility that masks will be worn in the Ames community, I think will be important. And wearing masks for the university has been just a critical part of our mitigation strategy, as well as, with the testing that we're doing, the contact tracing that we're doing. But the wearing of masks has been just a critical, important part of our overall mitigation strategy. So again, thank you. Thanks for listening, and thanks for the partnership that we continue to develop.
Mike, can you comment on what's required in the residence halls?
Residence halls, masks are required everywhere except for in your own dwelling space. So in your own living area, you don't have to wear masks, but in all the common areas, masks are required for everybody.
And any kind of a pulse on anecdotally how that's going? Or I don't know, I think that Rachel lives off campus. I think, Nicole, do you live off campus also, or? Nicole?
My understanding is that it's going very well. Chief, I don't know if you have different concept of that, but.
Yeah, in the beginning, the CAs need to do some reminders from time to time. We're seeing the same thing in buildings where you walk out of your office and you get halfway down the hall and then realize, oh, I forgot my mask. But for the large part, we're seeing compliance. Our officers are doing walkthroughs of the res halls, and they sometimes see that they have to help give a gentle reminder. We're doing simple things too, like, pointing at your mask that you're wearing, and that's enough to get somebody to go, oh yeah, it's usually in their pocket. So, we've been really trying to hit the education piece really hard. I do think, I want to echo what Mike said about the requiring, even if it's symbolic of requiring, we're seeing that makes a difference. We don't have, law enforcement isn't equipped or have the staffing to go ahead and be the enforcement arm of this. We have to get education and voluntary compliance. This weekend, what was really helpful, the Dean of Students office was out handing out face coverings. And I know I was personally having contact with a group, and they came and gave them face coverings. And we're just keep reinforcing that message, keep putting that message out there. And then if we could get a really good partnership, maybe with some of the local apartment buildings and some of that to talk about the capacity of some of these parties. And I know we've had some discussions on that. Is there something the city council could look at when it comes to size of gatherings? The county that Michigan State University is in just looked at something very similar and is looking at the capacity of these gatherings that people are having.
Capacity being size of groups.
Size of groups. They still have a state proclamation on indoor, but they do not on outdoor, and so they took some action.
Commander Huff, any thoughts? I mean, maybe you could talk a little about what you saw this weekend. Maybe you and Chief Newton can kind of go back and forth on that a little bit, and also maybe a little update on the bars situation too, to kind of set the stage too. I know you and Chief Newton are kind of joined at the hip right now. I think you probably need walkie-talkies versus cell phones, right?
We've been in a lot of contact recently, obviously. We were pretty disappointed with the way 801 Day looked. I think we were all hoping that it was going to look a lot different than that, considering what we're going through with not only a pandemic, but a citywide power outage as well. But what we did see was what we saw exactly last year. It was almost no different than what we saw last year. So compliance with social distancing and masks was pretty low. Generally what we try and do every year at this time is do a lot of education and about appropriate behavior in all kinds of different ways. And so we spend a lot of time on the front end doing that education piece so that we don't have to get to the enforcement piece. That's been a little bit hindered by a lot of the things that are going on right now. So I don't think we have been out as much as a normal year doing some of that because we've been trying to limit some contact. And obviously the way the students were brought back is different than most years as well. So it's made it a little bit more difficult for us. So we did see, again, unfortunately, exactly what we saw last year. The thing that concerns me is the way tailgating is going to look this year as well. with no tailgating on ISU property, it's going to happen somewhere else. And that's not just going to be students. That's going to be a lot of different people in Ames looking to have gatherings. One thing I will point out is we do have a nuisance party ordinance. And while that doesn't address, mass or social distancing, in many ways it does address some of the other problems and does give us a tool if we need to use that tool to shut down a party. I'll tell you, it's not a good tool during something like 801 Day when an entire block is engaged in a party, and just moving them from one spot to the next is generally ends up with a bad outcome. But going forward, I think it's a better tool as we move past this last weekend into the future. But it really is hard to say what it's going to look like as the football season starts and what people are going to replace the normal activities with. So that would be my concern.
And can you, sorry, got a brain. When you get older, you kind of have these mental lapses. I think it's, I turned a year older last week, so it's just kind of like, that's my excuse. I'm going to go with it for right now. So anyway, how about the bar situation? Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, so we have had a few reports of the bars as well. One in particular we spoke to, they've decided to shut down voluntarily until August 23rd. The idea being waiting for more guidance from the state as far as, more guidance on distancing and what that might look like. So we generally have pretty good compliance from our bar owners and managers. We've developed those relationships over a long time. And so generally speaking, when we ask them either to do something or not to do something, there's pretty good compliance with them. We also have the Alcoholic Beverages Division and Department of Inspections and Appeals is interested in coming into Ames to do some of that checking as well, which I think would also be good. I think DIA got pulled off short term to look at some food related restaurants and stuff with the power outages. So we're still hoping to get them into town as well to give us a little bit of help in that area and to provide some more education and guidance for both the bars and the restaurants.
So it sounds like that the letter that Mark sent out at the council's request and that your officers went around and hand delivered to the managers really proved to be very positive and had a good effect on desired effect in terms of their wanting to work together with Ames PD and the city, and that has they don't want the consequences either, and we don't want to have to go through the consequences. That's not the point. I mean, we don't. So,
and we're using a similar strategy with the landlords and the owners of those properties, where we're reaching out to them now as well. A lot of what took place on Saturday violated a lot of leases in some way. Most leases are going to have some prohibition in there against having large gatherings and property damage and bothering your neighbors. So we're going to work with them too to help make them a part of this, so that they're reaching out to their own tenants and making sure the expectations are clear there to cut down on the numbers. Cutting down on the numbers is going to help us all out. So we're in process of getting a hold of them. And again, we spent a lot of time over the years building those relationships with the apartment managers and owners. And again, generally speaking, they're pretty responsive when we ask for help. So that's another good thing we have going for us.
Chief Huff, do you have any idea how many of the parties that were occurring in houses that were not, strictly speaking, rentals, that were student occupied, parent owned homes? Because in the past, I know that's been one of the challenges in our neighborhood. And of course, then you don't have the property managers and landlords involved in discussions with the police.
Yeah, I would say a lot of them are owned by somebody else, or they're rentals. But one thing about the nuisance party ordinance is the first violation, you cite the people in charge of the party, and that could be 1 or 5 people depending on the circumstances. Second violation is a higher fine. third violation goes to the property owner or manager. So there is the possibility that if our apartment managers and owners aren't willing to step up and help us out, that they could eventually be cited for continued violations. And we're really hoping not to get there. I think a little bit of education will go a long way. And again, they generally do cooperate with us. And 801 day is a bit of an anomaly. I don't think it normally looks like that on any weekend, other than maybe the Iowa game. So I think we're gonna be better off. This next weekend we'll have some time to do some outreach to the apartment managers, the bars, the restaurants, and our own outreach. We're going to go back and visit some of the properties that we were at this weekend and explain to them what the expectation moving forward is. And that's generally been well received as well.
This is a question for both Jeff and Mark, and that is, with this nuisance ordinance, can the definition of nuisance be modified, or can that ordinance be adjusted to incorporate public health emergency situations, masks or not abiding by social distancing, or and what's the financial impact on someone for violating that for the property lessor or lessee?
We could, the council could amend it to add those things to it, but I'm not sure that gives us anything more than what we have with the governor's proclamation, because we can charge the organizers of an event under the governor's proclamation, and that's a simple misdemeanor. And I think our ordinance is a simple misdemeanor or municipal infraction. I'd have to pull it up to look at it. Jeff, do you know?
Yeah, it can be charged either way. So it can be an infraction, or technically you can actually charge as a simple misdemeanor and you can arrest somebody if you're really not getting the point. We very rarely get to that, but it is available. And nuisance party encompasses a lot of things. So it's underage drinking, public urination, garbage, parking violations. So it's a pretty wide array of things to begin with. And so I think it's still a pretty good tool. It's just not a good tool on 801 day.
What's the financial impact for a misdemeanor then?
So if it's a municipal infraction and you write the ticket, it's $100 for the first violation. I think it's $250 for the second, and I'm not 100% sure on the one to the landlord or owner. I think it's $500 maybe if we actually get to the third offense and we're citing a property manager or owner. Mark, you might want to correct me, but I think it's around that much.
Yeah.
Is that set by state code, or is that set by council? And can those amounts be raised to try and get people's attention?
There's a limit on how much we can charge in state code.
Okay.
Simple misdemeanor, I think, is up to $650 if I remember right. And
but the state's got a threshold that you can't go over. I mean,
yeah.
So Chief Newton and Chief Huff, as we kind of close up this initial setting the stage, talk a little bit about some of the challenges. I mean, you both talked yesterday morning just about your experience and how you really, I applaud your efforts to try and de-escalate things, but just some of the challenges that you face if you had to do some kind of enforcement, and what you think is achievable and what would be totally impractical as council begins to talk about or consider different avenues under this topic here.
Well, I'm not going to lie, it does put us in a bad spot sometimes. When you have 200 people hard trying to keep that situation from getting any worse, being heavy-handed is not really what people are looking for right now. So we have to be really careful how we approach those situations. We really have relied for many years on outreach and building relationships, and trying to get voluntary compliance, and we've generally been pretty successful. Again, 801 day is an anomaly. It's different than most weekends out there, but it would be difficult. I'm not going to lie.
I think part of it is we have to set the right stage, and we have to be firm, but gentle at the same time. I think if we can do the education piece and then make some strategic targeted examples of some of these problematic areas, we can achieve more. I found through the years of experience I've had on another institution and then here, if we can really set the stage in that first 45 days, it makes a difference for the entire academic year. And we actually did some research studies and did some work in my previous institution. But in this case, some peer pressure goes a long ways, and trying to get a social movement going. That's something that this age range definitely can buy into. What we're seeing with some of these compliance pieces, some of these students are telling us they're getting sucked into, well, my friends are going, and then I get there and I feel uncomfortable, but I don't know what to do. And so if we can work together to do the education and really get buy-in from the entire community, I think we'll make more strides.
No other thing we talked about is, tailgating is not going to happen this year on campus or in ISU property, but it's going to come back probably next year. We'll cross our fingers that we're at a better place next year. But that's a good time to reset that as well and set better expectations for tailgating behavior, which may help us at other times, whether that's 801 Day or other events. So I think it really is going to create an opportunity for us to do a reset on that, and I would welcome that as well.
Nicole, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you talk about what student government may have been talking about, the senators, leadership, or has there been much conversation at all at that level? And if not, do you anticipate that being a topic of discussion quickly?
Yeah, so student government has already sent their own letter to Governor Reynolds as well, requesting a mask mandate. And we are in full support of any sort of, recommendation, mandate, ordinance, anything like that. We are on board. It was really worrisome to me personally. Last weekend kind of scared me because I knew that I was going to be around all those students on campus. And I think a lot of students feel the same way. And I know even on campus and outdoor spaces, masks aren't fully required, which is also an issue. And I know even in my own apartment building here, people moving in and out of the new apartments, though it was staggered, I saw maybe 1 or 2 people wearing masks, which made me really uncomfortable in my own living space. And I think a lot of other students feel that same way. So really, student government, we've talked about it quite a bit, and we are in support of any sort of mask requirement, mandate, anything like that.
Do you have any suggestions on how to try and encourage your peers to be compliant?
So Iowa State has been handing out masks. If you bring your student ID, everyone can get 2 masks if they show their student ID. And in classrooms, I have not had any problems with students not wanting to wear masks. I don't know if others have. But I think making it more of a social thing to make it cool to wear masks, because I know a lot of students now, walk around to parties and stuff, and nobody's really wearing masks because they don't want to be the only one at the party wearing a mask, that kind of thing. So I think making it more the norm, making students more comfortable wearing them would be a really good thing, because I know even a couple of my neighbors, they have larger outdoor gatherings. Usually every day there's a big group of them out there. And I know that even when I have a mask, they'll kind of look at me like, what are you doing? Because you're outside. But I think making it more of the norm, making students more comfortable and not feeling judged when they're wearing one would be a good step.
Thank you. How about you, Rachel? You're in a unique position. You got 2 hats here to wear tonight.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with kind of what Nicole has said. What students do off campus does directly impact how they act on campus too, and the transmission levels. So even if students are wearing masks on campus, they could contract COVID off campus and go to a grocery store and spread it to the rest of our community. I think it's crucial that everyone in Ames is abiding by wearing a face covering, and so having either a resolution or an ordinance, something from the city to more strongly enforce that than we have been. I think we're at the point that that needs to be done.
All right, well, this wasn't a prepared presentation, but it sure seemed like it. I'm going to open it up to questions, Council. Please feel free to ask Mr. Norton or Chief Newton or Chief Huff any questions you might have, and then we'll open up for discussion.
Mayor, to clarify, will we be receiving public input tonight on this?
This is actually just a staff report. So I think if there's, that was not my intent, Tim. I think that we've got an awful lot of public input already through emails. Let me think on that while you ask some questions or begin your conversation.
I have a question for Deb. So in the staff report, the factors were listed, like the ICU being at capacity, percentage of positive cases at 10%, schools moving to virtual learning as what could potentially trigger us needing a citywide face covering. How are those factors kind of decided upon, and how would we use them in deciding on a mask mandate in the future?
Yep, good question, Rachel. And those are examples, and they can certainly be finessed. But we learn about this information on a weekly basis, or more often the way it is, through our EOC partners meetings, and then individuals in those meetings that communicate throughout the week. And so we would be collecting that information and sharing that with council. And I'll take the ICU bullet point first. I mean, that could be at or near capacity. So we know how many ICU beds they have. They track the patients that are in those beds on a daily basis. Historically, we know since the beginning of the pandemic that about half of the people in ICU at Mary Greeley have been Story County clients, and the other half have been clients or patients from outside of Story County. So we have that baseline to watch. So I think we would reference that. The percentage of positive cases, we watch the public health website, which we know is delayed in its reporting. So internally, we try to watch that and guess those cases based on, again, the baseline data and the trends that we've seen since the beginning of the pandemic. So a lot of it is communicating and sharing that information so that we know when we get to that point that we can start implementing the face covering. Does that help?
Yeah, a little bit. Do you know if any of the other cities have kind of taken similar factors like this into account with their decisions, or was it kind of just an anecdotal decision to mandate like these?
Yeah, I think it was anecdotal. I mean, they were looking at factors in terms of the number of cases within their respective communities, and several of the communities still have their buildings closed to the public. Dubuque has not opened to the public. They're still offering services, of course, but they haven't reopened. Neither is Iowa City. And so they've had these other measures in place, and this was kind of added to that in protection to the community. But they've been primarily watching their positive cases, the numbers in their hospitals. And I know that Dubuque has a test Iowa clinic. And so they have firsthand knowledge of where those tests are at with having that clinic available in their community, which we are going to be fortunate to have a Test Iowa clinic in our community as well. So that would be another communication point or data point to consider in this.
Great, thank you.
Too, I can't speak for all the communities, but some of the discussion that I read was really about being proactive. And, while I I think some of the things that are laid out in the staff report are really great. I think one of the things before us is whether we're interested in taking a more proactive approach. I really liked what Chief Newton said about, you know, sort of setting the tone in this first 45 days to really kind of lay out what our expectations and or requirements will be, so that we can attempt to get ahead of what may happen down the road.
I want to just also add too is that one of you asked in our conversation, you know, how about our other local partners? You're probably all aware that the county, like we did, has appealed to the governor. They passed a resolution and sent a letter to the governor asking for permission to adopt a mandate. I believe that they would actually have a draft ordinance, you know, about mask mandates. So I think that they would be certainly on board. I have talked to Chamber and gotten some feedback from them, and a lot of businesses have already moved that direction anyway. Certainly a lot of the big box stores have, and I think that some of the businesses probably would welcome that from the standpoint it helped them to require that when maybe they don't feel necessarily desiring to do that, but not saying that's going to be a total embracing of it. Certainly the school district, you know, they've adopted. And we talk about Iowa State, but also, my goodness gracious, we got to keep our K-12, you know, schools going as well too. And we want to provide, you know, opportunity for all of our kids, hopefully to be in school as much as possible for a wide variety of reasons, and you all are aware of that. And also on our Thursday night calls, Chief can attest to this, is that there's been a number of times where I've been grilled by some of the adjacent communities. I won't name names, but just like, you know, are you guys gonna, you know, put in a mask mandate? They're concerned about, you know, spread, because we're kind of the, you know, we're like the big fish, so to speak, in the small pond, you know, and so I don't think it would necessarily come as any surprise, but I do think, depending on where council wants to go, you know, I think it'd be courteous to kind of let them know what is being considered or what actions are being taken, because there has been a real spirit of partnership through this whole process, and that people know what's going on. You're not trying to go off, you know, on a tangent on our own without letting them know what's going on. I'm not saying you have to, but I think it'd be a courteous thing to keep them, you know, up to speed, or at least let them know what's coming down the pipe. So anyway.
Deb, with regard to those numbers, especially the 10% number, one of the questions that I've had is, well, why 10% when 175 students have tested positive, and suddenly we've added over 10,000 people? I mean, I know there are 8,000 some who are on campus getting tested, and then we've obviously added many other students throughout the community. So the percentage seems like an odd thing to go with, because our numbers have gone up, right? We've got, 20,000 more people in Ames now? And so 175 cases is a lot of cases for 2 weeks, but because the number of people has risen, the percentage is still relatively low. So how accurately does that percentage number reflect the actual circumstance of maybe a hot spot?
Right. And so 10% has been that that benchmark that the state has used to consider a red zone. And in taking into consideration at the time we were writing this, the testing at Iowa State was just starting, and it was coming out relatively low to begin with. Now we know where it rests as classes start. And so again, I think it's something that we could definitely change given the information that we have now. I mean, that's kind of what we've been looking at along, is making decisions based on information that we have at the current time. And this changes. And we know a lot more now, given what happened over the weekend and given the testing that has been occurring at Iowa State. So that's that's flexible, I think, in terms of we can define what that means for our community and what that red zone really means for our community. And in dovetailing with what Amber said, I think it helps with our proactive approach to this, in working through, slowing down the spread and mitigating the spread of the virus.
And then I have one other question, not specifically for you, Deb, maybe more for Steve or either Chief Huff or Chief Newton. I have been involved in discussions with the University Communities Council and the International City and County Management Association over the last, 10 weeks, 12 weeks. And when State College, Pennsylvania passed their mask ordinance a few weeks ago, the borough manager reported that the next day, city staff was inundated with incredibly vitriolic phone calls, emails, really horrible things being directed at staff. And I can only assume that the police were probably also coming in for that kind of abuse from the local residents. And I would like to get your opinions about what you think the fallout from, let's say, if we were to impose an ordinance mandating masks would be for your police departments, or Steve, for other staff who may have to deal with outraged citizens.
Sure. Well, I haven't done a scientific survey, but if I had to guess, I believe that the majority of the citizens names I would support a mandatory mask requirement. Having said that, there are still a substantial amount of people who believe it's their right to not wear a mask, and those people will be I think they will be more volatile in their responses to that, and we will be chastised for that, and there'll be a lot of pressure on city staff, and not just the police department. You can imagine you're going to get a lot of negative pushback, probably from the minority of the population, but still a substantial amount of the population. So I guess I'll tell you, I have a lot of faith in our citizens, but we're used in the past couple of weeks of getting chastised for things. So I don't think that should be a reason to make a decision or not, a policy decision. I think you should do what's best for this community, and we'll take the heat for it. But don't believe that the majority of people will be happy with it, and there will be there'll be a large number of people who are very upset with the requirement and test us as much as possible.
I'll just add, I talked with the Iowa City city manager a couple of weeks ago. As I was putting the report together, and he said that the majority of the calls that they received initially after their requirement was passed was from businesses and individuals just asking for clarification and interpretation of what was expected. And then the calls started dying off after that. So it was just wanting to make sure they understood what the expectation was and what consequences there were if they were not to wear a mask.
Yeah, I would imagine when you first pass it, we will be inundated with hundreds of calls. And people will be seeing 2 or 3 people walking down the street or in a park, and they'll call up then demanding we enforce it. And that's where it becomes impractical to do. It's certainly, if you focus your efforts on the large gatherings, that's more efficient and probably more effective for us. But we won't have the manpower. We won't have the capability to respond to every individual complaint that will come in. I would imagine after time it'll die off, but we will be inundated with any new policy. People will be testing us from both sides to see how we enforce it. And they'll be upset if we don't enforce it to the level they hope will be. So you just have to be prepared for all that and know that we won't get to all of them. It's also not just us.
And that's the direction that the council decides to want to pursue on tonight. I think that there needs to be some definite expectation setting on what that's going to look like and what's going to be included and what does enforcement look like in terms of specificity, so that our community understands what there is, so we don't have a situation where we have 2 or 3 kids playing basketball somewhere and you start getting calls wanting people to go out and cite them for not wearing a mask. I mean, it's not that we want anyway. So
I should clarify too, the ordinance that State College passed has a lot of what I would consider very strict regulation involved in it. They have a limit on 10 people in line outside of bars. You can only have 10 or fewer people in any type of housing. So, Mark, that gets them around that, now I can't even remember, equal protection clause.
Yes.
And they also limit public gatherings to 25 people. And if after the first violation, which is a fine of $300, you are a repeat offender, you can actually be removed from the borough. Now, I don't know how you accomplish that, but that seems a bit draconian to me. But you might get the idea that they did put some things in there that could raise the public ire in ways that some of these other ordinances and proclamations, resolutions that we see in Iowa would not. So just to add a little context.
And I can say we've gotten more positives from people than probably negatives, but we do get some negatives, and we do get some calls to our police department on when people aren't wearing their face coverings, and a lot of that, we don't generally respond out unless we happen to be in the area, because we're not the enforcement folks for this on campus. But we're finding that people don't quite understand when you should not wear a face covering. And so some of these circumstances we're finding we need to help educate the community that it's okay when they're by themselves outside, and other circumstances. So I think education has to be a huge piece with whatever you do.
I hope we do a lot more education, because I see many, many groups in Campus Town regularly where no one is wearing a mask. And that really bothers me, but I'm not surprised by it. And I'm not surprised by 801 Day. I'm not surprised that we're worrying about tailgating, because all of that is just par for the course for my neighborhood. But I do worry about the pressure on that near campus neighborhood, South Campus, if we do not get more serious about some sort of mask requirement that has a little bit of teeth.
Okay, Jeff, did you want to add something, or?
I was just going to say, we've talked about education. There isn't anybody right now that doesn't know better than what's happening. I mean, that's not the issue here. It's a disregard. Everybody knows you should stay 6 feet apart. Everybody knows you should be wearing a mask if you can't distance from people. They know that already. I'm just concerned that we're going to put our officers in a position for more confrontations. And that's my concern. We'll have to figure out a way to make that work. And I will tell you, it'll be a lower priority call than our other calls for service. And I know we'll get a lot of calls. We've already gotten a lot of calls about other things related to distancing and mask wearing, even without any kind of mandate. So I know we're going to get them, and we're going to have more confrontations, I believe. And I also agree the vast majority of people in Ames are going to do the right thing. But the people that aren't, it's not because they don't know better.
Well, and I think that probably when I think about tailgating, and when I think about some of the encounters that I had with students over the weekend, one of the things that's clear is that if people do not live in Ames for the entire year, they don't necessarily care very much about what they do in Ames, because they don't have the attachment to the community. And so building more of that sense of community and caring, Cyclones care, right, about Ames as opposed to simply about their social groups. It's difficult to do that, but it may make a difference. I know that other communities have employed that with their alcohol education and campaigns, just getting people to care more about the whole community. And I don't know how you do that with tailgaters who are coming in from wherever they're coming in from. We've seen that in the past, that people will park where they want to park because they don't care and they can afford the ticket. So I think it's going to be a real challenge, and I hope that we're up to it and that we can somehow alter behavior in a successful way.
Okay, Tim, you asked the question about public input. I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment. Normally I won't on a staff report, but given the fact that it may be the council moving to a certain direction tonight, Brian, I'll open up public comment. Is there anyone who wants to address council? I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Brian, is there anyone that shows interest in addressing council on this topic tonight?
Mayor, yes, I see John has raised his hand. John, I will allow you to speak now. Just simply unmute yourself and state your name and address, and you can begin your comments.
Yeah, John Emery, 5422 Cervantes Drive. And can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, John, we can. Thank you.
Okay. And then, yeah, I think we do need a mandate, and I don't think we need to wait for the governor. She hasn't been showing that much leadership this way, but and it would help if the same type of mandate, where I would go even farther, I'd say ordinance, across the city, in through Campus Town also, because you can't have it two different ways, one on Campus Town, one in Ames. And I think we really do need one. You know, it might be a way to do it might be to say all businesses have to have a mask mandate in place. I don't know, maybe that would help out, or, you know, except for restaurants when you're eating. But but I agree wholeheartedly that Ames needs to show some type of leadership, because we do have an Ames Iowa test site here.
We're going to be having one. Go ahead.
I was going to say we should have had one a long time ago, but you know, it's not my decision.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Brian, anybody else?
Mayor, I do not see anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Council, discussion, direction, if any. Maybe just to get the ball rolling, you know, the options, the staff laid the options out. There's at least 4 options. Option 1 would be to issue a proclamation placing expectations on people, businesses. Option 2 is a resolution that you would pass for the expectation. 3 is encouraging continued efforts, maybe even strengthening those in the messaging. And 4 is potentially adopting an ordinance mandating face coverings. There may be other options as well. Maybe if, in terms of, since staff included option 4, which is adopting an ordinance, Mark, can you just kind of walk through what that might look like, and from a timeline standpoint also?
Well, we'd have to have some direction from the council on what you want this ordinance to look like, right? So, we've got ordinances in other cities, so we can look at those. Probably we would need at least 2 meetings to do it. One where we'd bring back a draft ordinance for the council to look at and, make decisions about going this way or that way. On different parts of it, and then come back at a meeting. So it might require a special meeting in there somewhere to get it done fairly quickly. And of course, as you all know, we can pass an ordinance in one meeting if council chooses to. So that's the direction would be the important thing. I think if the council wants to go in that direction, I would say some broad direction tonight, and then we'd put together a draft ordinance and bring it back.
Mark,
are there any publication requirements for an ordinance in terms of for the hearing on the first ordinance? And
yeah, there is a notice requirement. So we could we could get that done, but again, I think probably a meeting to look at it would, and then to get it on the council meeting after that.
Mm-hmm. And would it take you a week to get a draft ordinance put together, or could we have a special meeting between now and the next one?
I think we could have a draft ordinance together in a couple days.
So we could have a special meeting between now and next Tuesday for council to discuss and look at that, and then possibly at the fall, if that's the way council wants to go.
Right.
And the following Tuesday night, if we have adequate time for the publication of the notice, then that could be at next Tuesday night's meeting.
Yes, and I have to look up what the amount of time is for the notice on
right.
ordinances. I'm not sure off the top of it. Diane handles those, not me, so I should know it, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Sorry, Tim, go ahead. You were asking some questions.
Just to clarify, Mark, normally when we pass an ordinance, we give a period of time before the ordinance is effective and enforceable. Can you speak to the issue of what would be a normal time frame in which the ordinance would be effective?
I'm not sure I exactly understand what you're asking, Tim.
Sure.
I think once council has a third reading, as soon as it's published in the paper, then it becomes effective.
Oh yeah, it's usually when it's published, which is usually the Friday after the
council meeting.
Yeah, the council meeting where it's adopted.
But even for something that has a potential penalty, have we ever? Normally you give a time period to provide notice to the public. I think that's a question by itself that I encourage you to take a look at. The philosophy of providing an adequate notice to the public in which to govern themselves before they're subject to sanctions.
You're saying, Tim, between the draft ordinance being reviewed and then when it's actually acted on by council, a time period.
I'm gonna let the city attorney address this, but I mean generally from the time the ordinance is made effective, there is a period of time so that the residents have an opportunity to become notified of the city's actions, and so that they can govern themselves accordingly.
I get the impression, we would warn a lot, right, before we go out and ticket. So I think that the opportunity for education is plentiful. In fact, that's mostly what this is like a tool for approaching people to educate them. So I kind of get where you're coming from, Tim, but I don't think we have to worry about that because, again, we're going to be warning and warning and warning and educating before any harsh ticket would come down, is how I see it.
And to clarify, too, in these existing ordinances, do they apply to children?
Most of the ones I've seen have an exemption for some child 2 or under, or some child 3 or under. But most of them do apply to other children. Yes.
If you do this, you want to use as much specificity as possible. In the dialogue you just had, I heard people talk about people playing in backyards, private backyards. Heard talk about walking down the street. I've heard about if you go to an insurance office, you know what I mean? If you go to a photography office, I've heard people talk about backyard parties. So I want to make sure we know what your policy is so Mark can put that together.
And if I could just add too, is what are we trying to accomplish? What's council trying to accomplish? Is it ensuring that every person in the city is wearing a mask, or is it really trying to, and this is my understanding on what Iowa State's biggest concern is, and Mike, you can comment on this, is I think it's the large group gatherings where you have the potential for rapid transmission and spread in an event. Large house parties. I mean, that's really the focus. We've got the bars and restaurants that are serving alcohol already taken care of from the standpoint. They've been put on notice by city attorney, law enforcement's gone out and trying to deal with it. But is that an accurate summation, Mike Norton or Chief Newton, in terms of what the biggest concerns are at this point in time? It's not necessarily every onesies and twosies, so to speak, or maybe it is. Maybe I'm not sure.
Well, I would look at those almost as two separate things, right? There's a huge concern about the big parties and the big gatherings, particularly what we saw. I think Chief Huff is right that 801 day is an anomaly, but that doesn't mean that there's not concern over those things. But I think overall, anything we can do to get people more fully to embrace face coverings everywhere would be advantageous to us, and certainly the approach we're taking on campus, which is to try to encourage, to the best we can, everyone to wear a mask or a face covering, when there's any potential that they're going to come into contact with somebody else. So I know that's not a realistic goal, right, in terms of what's going to ultimately happen, but that's really what we're trying to encourage.
So we do have the recommended face covering guidance from the Story County Board of Health in our packet. And I think, David, maybe you could correct me on this because we were both in on that Story County Board of Health meeting, but didn't this start out as recommended face covering resolution? Because it was based on other resolutions from other communities.
You're asking how they phrased it initially?
Yeah, because they changed it to guidance, I think. But in essence, I believe it was a distillation of other resolutions that have been passed in the state.
Yes, I think that the initial drafts called it a resolution. They were going to encourage municipalities to adopt a resolution. But I'm not sure that they put a lot of stock in it being a resolution versus an ordinance or a mandate or a proclamation or anything like that.
Yeah, my main reason for asking was I think they tried to put the language that they thought would be helpful to us for a resolution in this guidance document that we all have in our packet. So that might be a starting place, at least from the perspective of the Board of Health. I also wonder, Mark, maybe you could clarify this. The ordinance process is comparatively lengthy. If we wanted to act quickly on this, would a mayor's proclamation or a resolution be faster than an ordinance? And could an ordinance supersede an intermediate proclamation?
Well, yeah, you could do a proclamation and then follow it up with an ordinance. but if you're concerned about giving people adequate notice, I would, I guess the ordinance process does that better. Normally an ordinance is 3 readings. We can do an ordinance, we can do all 3 readings in one night if we want to, but there's a little more notice with an ordinance than the mayor issuing a proclamation. I still think with a, putting some sort of penalty in there, municipal infraction or a civil misdemeanor, that we want to do that with an ordinance. So, so I want to just, my brain's going here, but think back to what Tim was asking earlier, that and the mayor, that we don't have a publication requirement for this type of ordinance. That's only for a budget or zoning or floodplain amendment. It's not, this type of ordinance doesn't have a newspaper publication requirement. So it could be done fairly quickly. And I understand, Tim, your concern about providing notice to the public. And I would say that, ordinances get passed all the time that become effective the Friday after the council passes it. And that's the notice that the public has. You can also set an effective date in the ordinance to set it out a little farther if you want. If you want to have more of an opportunity, have it effective a week later to give the public more notice. So that's another option that you could do. But anyway, I think, Gloria, that you had to choose your mechanism. Either the mayor's going to issue an emergency proclamation, or the council's going to pass a resolution, or you're going to do an ordinance and decide on it, not try to do 2 or 3. But that's just my opinion. But
I guess I was thinking that the proclamation didn't have a penalty associated with it, but the ordinance would. So that's what I was thinking in my mind.
If the mayor's doing it under his emergency powers, you could probably put a penalty in, and certainly like Muscatine did that. But again, my preference is for, if you're going to put a penalty in, that you do it by ordinance and not by one of the other methods.
I was just thinking about your question about immediacy, Gloria, and I think while an ordinance would take longer to literally draft and approve, as soon as we say, hey, staff, go build us an ordinance, it hits the media and it has the same effect as a proclamation anyway. So, I think
true,
it's immediate, even if literally it doesn't take effect until, the time frame. That's my thought.
So the other question is that if you do a mandate, and when I've been talking to people about this, is a mandate hollow without any kind of penalty? But if you have a mandate and there is no penalty, that would relieve a lot of the issues with law enforcement and confrontation. But they could certainly be saying, hey, there has been an ordinance passed, and right now that ordinance is you need to be wearing face masks, and do the education piece and encouragement and handing out free face masks, whatever, and try and reduce the potential for confrontation. Or I'm interested in law enforcement and the psychologists and sociologists in the rooms to give their feedback. Absent any kind of penalty, is that going to be seen as a joke?
Well, it's interesting that Dubuque has just a token payment. It's $10 for the first infraction and $15 if you don't pay it right away. So apparently Dubuque is not viewing this as a particularly punitive ordinance. I don't know how people are feeling about the ordinance and whether they're actually masking up.
Well, in Iowa City, they've written no citations. And as was referred to, the Waterloo resolution just got passed, is enforcement is at the discretion of the mayor. There's nothing's written in that, but it does say you have to have a mandate. I'm just trying to think through, how can we minimize potential confrontational situation with law enforcement and putting them in a precarious position yet trying to get the message across, you need to wear a face mask. I mean, for example, you go into a business, what you lose, you can't shop there. I mean, like you go into some of the home improvement stores and they just say, sorry, you're just not welcome, but they're not penalizing them. The point is that I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how they're going to respond to it. And maybe that's in the wheelhouse of Chief Newton and Chief Huff to know how they would respond. Is that I'm looking for help because I'm also trying to balance, if you do a mandate, not putting us in a situation where you got chaos on our hands or staff time. I can see I've either stumped the panel.
Who stumped us?
Well, I wish I had the answer, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I really am not sure how that's going to be received. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a lower priority call for us. I feel like we'll get calls, though, if people are observed by others who think they're not following those rules.
If you'll still get the call regardless of whether or not there's a penalty or not, though. That's just it's just more or less
right.
Is the interaction between the responding officer and the person who has been allegedly not complying. Steve, did you have something you want to add?
Well, you have to decide if you want a penalty. I think you want to do it. You add it to change behavior. I don't think it's worth to put a $10 penalty in there. Might as well not have a penalty at all. And again, can you imagine? I just can't imagine what you're saying. We're going to go into grocery stores and barber shops, and we're going to enforce whether a person has a mask. Is that what most of the ordinances are written for every area besides a house? I imagine, right? Personal residence, everything subject to it. All commercial and industrial properties.
Most of them are written that way. The one, I think it's maybe it's Dubuque, refers to businesses, and that no business that is open to the public may provide service to a customer or allow customer to enter its premises unless the customer is wearing a face covering as required by this ordinance. So that's an example of how they're covering the businesses.
Yeah, it's a lot of area covered.
So I'm very sympathetic to the burden that this potential ordinance would place on staff and especially the police department. However, I think we are one of very few places in the country that does not have something like this in place. And so these types of laws are being abided by and enforced all over the country. And I think if you look at what's happening in a lot of other places, penalties are not the goal, but having those consequences in place are just one tool in the toolbox to help get compliance if education does not work. And I think there are certainly other laws on the books where those are low priority for law enforcement, and they use their discretion in determining whether someone who is perhaps breaking one of those laws is disruptive to the public or something, and they choose to use their discretion to penalize them or not. And I think this would be a similar circumstance.
Well, I think we certainly have quite a few of those ordinances, especially relating to public intoxication, nuisance parties, where the police use their discretion to try
thinking of that one exactly, yes.
Yeah. And we know there are penalties for that, but most often officers are opting for education and trying to disperse parties rather than arrest people.
Okay, let's get something going. We've had a conversation for an hour and a half now. Where does council want to go? Let's get a motion on the table and get a decision made on what we're going to do here.
So if we're interested, or I'm interested in making a motion for option 4 for an ordinance, can I make the motion and then we're going to talk about the individual pieces, or how do we want to do this procedure?
Let's do that, and then we can parse through it then.
Okay, so I would move option 4 that council pass an ordinance requiring face covering.
Second.
All right, moved by Corriere, second by Bisher. Discussion?
Yes. So we have spent a lot of time discussing the substance of this, and precious little time talking about whether we actually have the authority to do this. And I think this is a terrible mistake. All of us take an oath to support the Iowa Constitution. At a minimum, this means that we need to act within the scope of the authority that we as municipal government have. So it's not a question of whether we like a mask mandate or not. The threshold question is whether we even have this authority. To be clear, our source of legal counsel is saying unequivocally that we should follow the Attorney General's position. And if we pass an ordinance that lacks authority, what we've done is void on its face. And I think all of us should have a degree of fear and trepidation when Steve Shanker, who's been here for a little while, says that in his tenure, there's never been a city council that has ignored the advice of council. Now, as much as we may be well-intentioned, I think that's a threshold issue, and we've spent no time discussing that. And we can be well-intentioned, but I think this sets a very dangerous precedent. We don't have the authority to do this, and I think it opens ourselves up for challenge from day one, and I think it sets a bad precedent. We've already ignored CDC guidance in the way in which we handle the pool, and now we're willing to ignore the guidance of our own city attorney. So this is taking the position of the city council to new levels. So I will oppose it.
So I have a question for Mark about this, and also just a remark in Steve's defense. We didn't ask him to prepare and look over all the records on every attorney communication over the years, right? So I don't think we can really hold him to having the absolute truth to that answer. But my question for Mark is, I'm trying to understand the nature of your advice. I understand clearly you're advising us what you expect the courts would do. My question is, since you're the city attorney, you also advise the city manager, you also advise the police department. If we were to pass an ordinance that goes against your advice, would you instruct the city manager and police department that the ordinance has no authority and should not be enforced, or would you say something different?
No, I would advise them on how to enforce it. And I think if the council passes it, we have to presume it's valid at that point until we're told otherwise by a court. I'm not going to say don't enforce it, but and part of it is that there is no clear answer on this. And I'm giving you my advice based upon my years as an attorney and looking at governmental issues and reading the Attorney General's opinion, and I think the Attorney General got it right. Okay, so, but when it comes to once the council's passed it, at that point, I'm going to presume it's valid and go forward on that basis. I mean, we'll certainly prosecute if the police write a citation, we will certainly prosecute those our office. So, I'm not going to stand in the way or refuse to do my job or advise people not to enforce it. I think if we pass it, that's still my job to enforce it. I know the Attorney General's office sometimes tells the legislature that they shouldn't pass something because it would be unconstitutional, and then they pass it anyway. Then the Attorney General's office has to defend it, the lawsuit. So I view it as similar to that.
Thanks. So that helps at the beginning of this conversation. I'd be interested to hear more of the particulars about what you had in mind for the ordinance, Amber.
One more follow-up, if I could, to David's point. Mark, have you had any contact with the Story County Attorney's Office as far as their position? Are they in agreement with your position as far as you know?
Yes, they're in agreement that the Attorney General's opinion is correct, and that and they're advising the Story County Board of Supervisors that it should be followed.
Well, I think that's another important fact to come out, that that's the advice of our county attorney as well. So, folks, we're getting this in stereo. I hope that this makes some difference to us.
And I would like to agree with Tim on the point that I think it's relevant the level to which the Story County attorney would credit this ordinance as being enforceable. That's something that I would definitely want to know about before we enacted such a thing. We can't speculate on it now. There's really nothing on the table. But I think that's a relevant factor, right? Because we would need the Story County attorney to support enforcement at some level, right?
Well, if it's a misdemeanor, we do our own enforcement.
Right.
But
I see. Okay.
The county attorney has communicated to me, the assistant county attorney for civil matters, is that he is on the same page with Mark.
Yeah.
And maybe there's some documentation we need to get from that, but wow, I think that's really important.
I mean,
and he was,
but
he
still,
was on the record at some meeting saying that, and he and I have had that discussion. So.
I understand, and I heard him say that too. But the question I asked you, Mark, is to whether he would instruct. I guess it's not relevant if we're going to enforce our own.
Right.
I understand now.
I would like a little clarification, Mark, since your staff report is pretty clear where you stand on the AG's opinion, but in your recent email to us, you pointed to the best way to address the problems of mass congregation within the community would be to go ahead and pass a face covering mandate in opposition to the AG's advice.
Yeah, and I did not. I said that. I did not mean that as advice to you. I was just saying that sort of, in the grand scheme of the ways you can go about dealing with that problem, that's probably the best way to do it. I'm not recommending that you do that. I didn't mean to recommend that by that.
I wasn't really taking it as a recommendation so much as it was pointing us toward what are we trying to accomplish and what might be the best way to accomplish that. And I think the discussion has led me to believe we're trying to accomplish more mask wearing and consistent messaging so that students are aware that cyclones care everywhere and that the rest of the community understands that this is of concern to all of us. And others can correct me if that is off base for what we're trying to do here.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I don't take lightly at all Mark's opinion and my choice right now to do something contrary to his opinion. But for me, I'm really weighing the risks, and I think the risk to our public health and to our local economy, for me, is really driving my decision on what I believe we should do and what I think is in the best interest of the community and protecting those things.
David, you had a question for Amber?
Well, I'm just interested in the particulars of the ordinance that she's speaking of.
Will that influence your decision on whether or not to vote yay or nay on the motion?
Certainly. I think I imagine what she'll say, but I'd rather hear it.
Sure. Very good. All right, Amber?
So, I mean, my number one priority would be, I believe we're going to be addressing parties in a different conversation. So my priority with the face covering mandate is to address really indoor public settings.
Not outdoor?
Businesses.
Correct.
Okay. Other questions for the motion on the table?
I would say just a final comment. We all agree to follow certain principles, and one of those is the idea of the rule of law. Sometimes that means setting aside strongly held positions because that's what the law requires. I don't know how I would vote on the issue if Governor Reynolds allowed us to make that decision locally. I would want to have more input from Mary Greeley and some of our local experts than we have had tonight. But no matter how strongly we feel about this, no matter how strongly we think we can justify this, we have to act according to the law. And tonight, in my 6 years, I've never seen us so openly disregard the rule of law. Thanks.
It's my understanding that, and I think Amber, you're the one that mentioned it to me, that actually the Mary McFarland Clinic, did they put out a
Not today.
No, but it was recently though.
Yeah.
Would you share what the post was?
I'd have to go back and look for it, but they had released a press release or a public statement on their website and via social media that they were requesting a mandate, a face covering mandate.
And just a clarification question. So Amber said like specifically indoor would be the focus, but other elements could be in the draft ordinance as well that we would vote on, right?
Yeah, that's why I asked up front if we were voting first on whether or not we want an ordinance and then maybe addressing separately pieces that we want to see in it.
The reason for agreeing to that was to try and get to the point that there was not support for going through and doing, or at this point having an ordinance. It preempted a lot of conversation about something that got voted down.
Oh, I see. So to further clarify, this would be an ordinance that addresses indoor public settings and has penalties in it that the current attorney advice is that they would be unenforceable. Well, I should say, and let me rephrase that, maybe not unenforceable. The current attorney advice is that there's no authority for assessing the sort of punishments that would be in this ordinance that's on the table right now.
Okay, so my motion, and that's why I clarified with John procedurally, is that we're going to have a vote on whether or not there's an agreement among council to have a face covering mandate. I'm not laying out any details yet.
Okay.
Agreement, then we move forward with figuring out the details. Now, I'm under the impression that Mark said, while we may not have the authority, he's still going to proceed with enforcement of whatever we determine we want or don't want.
Well, and Mark, while you are advising us, you do not believe we have the authority. Right. There are other attorneys throughout the state who believe we may have the authority under home rule. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
But this makes that we're just fishing to try to find legal authority to hang a hat on. Again, we have legal counsel. The fact that there may be one or two, the vast majority are taking the position that we lack the authority. So let's not take any safe harbors. The fact that there are some rogue cities that have taken positions that are out of concert with the majority, that should give you no solace in this vote.
All right, Amy, would you repeat the motion, please, before we vote, when they vote?
Sorry, the motion was to pass an ordinance for indoor face coverings. That's pretty much as she said too, as far as you got.
No, that's not.
That's
correct.
actually not my motion. Sorry.
All right, let's get the motion clear and on the record before any vote occurs. Go ahead, Amber.
So my motion is that. Hold on, I want to scroll up to the options.
Option 4 is what it was.
Would be option 4. Mandating face coverings to be worn indoors on public places and outdoors when social distancing at least 6 feet cannot be achieved. That was that was option 4.
Correct. That's option 4. But again, that's why I asked John up front, can we just vote on whether or not we want to pass an ordinance requiring face coverings and then have separate motions on what we want to see in them? So my question is just that we draft an ordinance dealing with a face covering mandate in the city of Ames.
All right, why don't you withdraw the motion and let's just start over, Amy. Amber, you want to do that and get concurrence?
So I'll withdraw my motion, and I would move that we look to draft an ordinance that would require face coverings within the city of Ames.
Okay, so who's Rachel second? Okay, is everyone clear on the motion?
Yes, I have a question about it.
Go ahead.
I just want to be clear because I think this is an important threshold. And so, Mark, do you understand this motion to be something that would be counter to your advice as the city attorney?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But isn't the really question is attorneys can disagree. As a city council, you're asking if you pass this, does Mark believe you're doing something illegal? Willingly passing an ordinance that's illegal?
And my answer to that is, I don't think anyone knows the answer to that question. So I cannot say with certainty that it would be unlawful. It is my best guess or guesstimate. It's got to be a better word than that. As a lawyer, that it is not lawful for you to do that. But I cannot say with certainty that it's unlawful for you to pass such an ordinance.
So by doing this, you're not advising the council of taking an illegal action.
Right.
Understand?
All right, roll call. I want a roll call for the record.
Garten,
No.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
No.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Motion passed 4-2. All right. Now we need a body of what are you going to put in it? And Mark, would it be easier if there's a starting point to try and, let me back up. What would be the best for you to carry out the wishes of council at this point in time? Is there, if we had a model that you could follow, that'd be helpful with some changes, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think we need some sort of direction.
Right.
It can be pretty broad direction, and then we'll have some meeting where we'll come back and the council can say yes on this and no on that.
I can start. I personally like the appendix that the Story County Board of Health has released with some of their recommendations, but I would be happy to hear other people's ideas about what would be in the mandate.
So yeah, on page 110 of the PDF.
Or the last page of the individual agenda item.
Is basically very similar to the Dubuque ordinance. Almost identical.
I will point out that one difference between, a lot of these ordinances are very similar. One of the differences between the Waterloo ordinance that I noticed was it doesn't have the same requirements for things in one's household as these.
I think we also have the question of public transportation. I know that SciRide has taken action on this, but do we have the ability to add that to the ordinance? It seems like that's a transit board issue.
It's in that appendix.
No, I know it's in that appendix.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, you might recall I said before that the council has, through the municipal code, has delegated its authority to make these, operational decisions to the transit board. So that's really a transit board decision. On the other hand, if you pass a broad ordinance that applies everywhere, it's going to apply in buses as well. So
it's kind of like Iowa City, Johnson County, and Coralville. It's kind of like some blankets and bleed over essentially.
Yeah.
All right, let's give Mark some guidance. Should the ordinance include the items that are in Appendix 1 as Rachel suggested?
I'm fine with that.
Well, maybe a motion.
I move that Mark include the recommendations in Appendix 1 in the draft ordinance.
I'll second.
Okay. Doesn't mean we can't add more things, and you're going to see it in the draft form, so it can be changed at that point. Correct, Mark?
Right.
I have one concern about this, and again, it's about the household thing. That in this appendix that we're looking at right now, it requires face coverings in one's household if individuals who do not live in the household are present.
Right.
That seems pretty, pretty in someone's home and very hard to enforce. And so I wonder whether that's something y'all want to keep. It is then, okay.
Yeah, I know. I think that's fine removing that piece. I agree. Virtually.
That as well.
Hard to enforce for sure.
Maybe also hard to enforce the car service, carpooling, ride share. That also seems to be something difficult, if not impossible, to enforce.
Most rideshare companies require them already too, so I'm not sure that that's.
Well, carpooling, I don't know. How do you enforce that?
You pull people over in those diamond lanes. I don't know.
All right, Rachel, do you want to amend your motion?
Yeah, removing the items discussed, like.
So it'd be in the. It'd be bullets.
Yeah, the last 3 bullets of the first section.
Okay.
And the first one. And the first one.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first bullet states in public. So
No, you have to cross or in a residence, right? Doing a cross out.
Right.
Yeah.
Mark, I have a question. Are you saying churches and houses of worship exempted from these, or are we also going to be going into churches to enforce this?
That's a council decision.
But hasn't the governor given specific guidance on churches, whereas there was no specific guidance on PPE? I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing those things.
Yeah, there is specific guidance on churches, the mass gatherings.
Excuse me, we got a. I need a second on an amendment to the motion. Rachel said the last 3 bullets, and who seconded the motion the first time around?
Me, Amber.
You second that motion?
Yeah, second.
All right.
And that included also the relevant part of the first bullet, which kind of repeats one of the 3 bullets we just
Correct.
removed. Okay,
Yep.
good.
So I'd read in public, and they cannot stay 6 feet away from others. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
But the way it's written now, to include churches without an exemption, right? To answer your question.
I think that would be included in the other public settings that are not one's place of residence.
That's right. So to answer the question, Tim's question, it would cover that. It would be prohibited in churches or religious houses of religion.
But then is that in direct conflict with the governor's proclamation? Because we.
Right. Well, my suggestion is that we vote on this and then move to the church's question.
All right, so we got an amendment to the, so you're going to vote on the amendment of striking those last three bullets and amending the first bullet. Those in favor of the amendment to the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Okay. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, David.
I would move to further exclude houses of worship from the requirements here.
Second.
All right. Move by Martin, second by Garten. Any discussion?
Is this exception found in some of the other ordinances or resolutions from other cities? Or is this generally we think it's a conflict?
It's silent.
I don't recall seeing it addressed.
All right, let's vote on this one. And the point is, it can be put back in when a draft ordinance comes back. Mark can advise us accordingly from that standpoint. But the motion is to exempt places of worship. Correct?
Correct.
And so if you're going to vote this down, understand what we're saying is that we're creating an expectation that our law enforcement theoretically could go into places of worship and cite parishioners who are not following this in the course of if they're singing, if there's whatever their religious practices. Again, understand this is feeling very creepy that we're taking these steps and not exempting churches. So understand your position you're taking. It's a very, very strong position.
I guess I don't understand why is a place of worship different? Why is it, why not enforce it there when you'd enforce it in a business or any other public setting where you have a lot of people in one place? How is it special in a way that should make it exempt?
It is 926. We have decades of precedent where we give special precedent and exemption to religious worship, houses of religious worship from ordinances like this. So I'll stand on my concern.
I guess I'm concerned about whether it is in direct conflict with anything that the governor has said. Mark, do you have any insight into that?
My book of proclamations is in the other room, so I'd have to go grab it. But I try to pull it up. But I think it's like decide one way or the other on it, and I think Tim's bringing up the potential First Amendment issues here, so decide one way or the other, and then when we have the draft ordinance, I'll look more closely at the governor's proclamation and have more to say on it.
Well, but this whole ordinance would be in conflict because remember, fitness centers have been released from that requirement now by the governor. You don't have to wear a mask. You do not have to wear a mask in all parts. Remember, swimming. We even in our own. We gave you recommendations for our own fitness programs where in swimming pools people actually swim.
If you froze, Steve. Now you fell asleep on it too. All right. Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
3-3, and because this is an ordinance, it's going to go in the ordinance. The motion failed.
I apologize, Mayor. Can you tell me who the nays were? All I heard was Amber.
And Amber, Bronwyn, and I believe, is it Rachel? Is that correct? And David and Gloria and Tim were in favor. Other things to include in the draft ordinance.
think Steve was trying to ask about the section where it says places and times where people are exempt from wearing a face covering, and it includes while exercising at moderate or high intensity, for example, jogging or biking. And how does that relate to what Parks and Rec has been doing in our facilities? Is that right? Oh, Steve's back now.
There's a sign from above. You're messing around here, so I gotta be careful. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you what you did for our Parks and Rec facilities. Remember, through guidance from from some of the organizations, remember people who swim don't have to wear masks, and people participate in the classes, the actual cardiovascular programs don't have to wear masks too. So when you require them in all fitness centers, we might have to modify that a bit.
Okay. Anything else? How about large group gatherings? And also, is there anything in terms of enforcement mechanisms, in terms of penalties? I think this thing wrapped up here in the next few minutes. We got a lot of stuff to do tonight. Yes, Still.
I think we need to have a penalty in place, but I don't know that I want to be the one that decides what that amount should be.
All right, so you got the Dubuque one is like $10, and then $15 you don't pay it within 30 days. It's like it's like a parking ticket or less. Iowa City had an interesting one. Simple misdemeanor and citation shall be last resort to obtain compliance. That's actually in their mayoral, I think it's a mayor's order on face coverings.
What's the penalty?
It just says, pursuant to City Code Section 812, a violation of this order or any directive given pursuant hereto by a police officer shall be unlawful and punishable as a simple misdemeanor. That's all it says. So what does that mean, Mark?
Simple misdemeanor is you can get 30 days in jail, or you can get a fine, or both. Doesn't happen very often. Usually it's just a fine. Be up to it's $800 and some dollars. They just raised it this year. It used to be $625. I think it's $855 now. So but again, the court would impose the penalty, and it would probably be less than that. Usually they don't give the full amount. Most of our ordinances are a municipal infraction, and a lot of them are municipal infraction or a simple misdemeanor.
So you're saying instead of saying punishable as a simple misdemeanor, it can be punishable as a simple. What'd you say?
As a municipal infraction or a simple misdemeanor.
And that becomes the discretion of the officer then?
Yes.
What's the cost of violation of a municipal infraction? They have to set that, don't they?
It's usually, I think it's $50 for the first offense. Jeff, am I remembering that right?
It depends. They're different. Some of them are 50, some of them are 100, some of them are more.
Yeah.
But if you have a passion about the subject, and it sounds like you do, then having only a small penalty is not much of an incentive.
Right.
And so I suggest making the penalty high if that's the effect you want to have.
Yeah, I'd agree. But at least that language is used as a last resort, the same language that Iowa City has.
So, Mark, if we add the language municipal infraction or simple misdemeanor, does that matter, or would you prefer it just say municipal infraction?
It's whatever the council prefers. I guess municipal infraction is would be my preference. Unless with a simple misdemeanor you can arrest someone, right? So I don't know, police want to have that option, or probably better just to cite them as a municipal infraction like we do if, someone leaves garbage out on their lawn.
Okay, so I would move that we add language about it being a municipal infraction.
Second.
And would you also include citation be a last resort in order to obtain compliance or not?
I'm fine with that, but I think we have to have the mechanism of consequence in there.
Okay. All right, so you understand the motion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? And have we addressed the issue or captured it, Mark, in terms of the party situation or the large group gatherings? I don't mean just party, I mean just large group gatherings. Is that covered?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I this may not go into the ordinance, but I just want to know what's the expectation of council in terms of the enforcement? Is it anyone walking on the street? I mean, the point is they're gonna need some guidance on that, and maybe that's something that we can talk about. I don't think it's fair to pass an ordinance and also expect law enforcement to figure out, to what level and how strict it becomes.
I guess I would have assumed that it would be up to the discretion of the officers. I think a lot of my experience with the policing in Ames has been that officers prioritize what they think is the most immediate situation to deal with. And I think that's what Chief Huff has been indicating to us. I don't know, does that require council direction for the officers to handle this as they see fit?
So I'm confused. Either this is important or it's not. And if this is important to you, you should encourage rigorous enforcement. We should be sending our police out and enforcing this. Why go through this unless you're going to rigorously enforce?
I think what has been said about other cities is that just having something in place has been encouraging better behavior. And I think throughout this discussion, we've been hearing from Chief Huff that we probably shouldn't have very high expectations of rigorous enforcement of this, because there are other things that also need to be handled by the police that maybe fall in a higher category of enforcement. I don't know what expectations I have for enforcement, because I think that the police typically enforce as they prioritize the situations. And maybe I'm wrong about that. My Citizens Police Academy was 15 years ago, so I may not be remembering accurately, but I don't know that council typically tells the police what they should enforce first.
I think my concern is putting the police in a situation where you have people saying you got a mandate in place, we've adopted an ordinance, we expect the police to be out there and enforcing it, and it's going to be varying levels of expectations in the community. And I think it's just going to put a lot of pressure, and so public relations situation. All right, we're gonna let this go at this point in time. I think it's a question I want to bring up again when we get the draft ordinance, because I think you need to mull that over in terms of what it is, because the public's going to have different expectations. But we still have other things on the agenda that we need to get through this evening. Is there anything else, Mark, that you need from us to move forward?
No, I don't think so. I think we can put together a draft based on the decisions tonight.
Okay. All right. Council, anything else you want to bring up before we go ahead and move on to the next item?
I would just like to say about this topic generally, I I agree with Tim in that I think in order to support this ordinance, you have to have a good faith belief that the authority does exist, and you might win in court. You might recognize that you wouldn't win in court, that that's a possible outcome. But so I don't. We have to predict whether it's going to work or not, and that's why I voted against it.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will resume at 9:45.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Discussion of city council conferences FY 2020-2021. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor. This item is described in the memo for you. We simply wanted to provide an opportunity for the council to discuss and potentially decide about how you wanted to handle conferences, whether you wanted to follow staff's decision to forgo conferences for this year due to budget concerns related to the pandemic, or if you wanted the city council to continue attending conferences. So I'll stand by for any questions you might have.
I will say that Iowa League of Cities and the National League of Cities have both gone virtual this year, so there will not be any in-person on those two conferences.
I'm in a tough position on this one because as chair of the University Communities Council, the expectation is that I will attend and chair the meeting.
That will be in person versus virtual?
No, it's a virtual conference, National League of Cities.
Okay. So the question, Brian, is it whether they travel to it or just pay for even the virtual registration fees?
Well, just for information, city staff is only attending conferences and trainings that are required to maintain a credential or an essential certification. Other than that, any attendance at a conference or a training has been suspended for the year, whether that's virtually or in person. So again, it's up to the council how, if you feel strongly about this, but it appears that there's a difference of opinion based on the recent conference that council members were asked whether they would like to register for. So I'm going to give you a chance to talk it through.
one area I feel strongly about, and one of your goals is to educate yourself on equity, inclusion, and diversity. So I think we want to do those no matter what, whether we bring some people to you to educate you virtually or not. But I think we want to invest in that particular category. It's in keeping with your goal, if you remember. Other than that, it's certainly up to you. You're not bound to follow any one of my edicts for the city staff at all. And there could be a distinction between the two groups. It could be easily made.
What kind of costs are involved in attending these conferences virtually as opposed to the flight and hotel?
Generally, there's significantly less. Typically, a conference attended in person between hotel and flight and registration is going to run several $1,000s per attendee. The virtual conferences are in the $100, perhaps $150 type range per person.
I don't know what the National League is saying for their virtual.
So, given the fact that the virtual registrations are fairly nominal in expense, I guess I would suggest that we limit ourselves to virtual registrations and forego the travel to conferences. I think it's important that we send a message that we're in this with our staff who have made significant budget cuts. And so I think if we travel to conferences, I think that sort of sends the wrong message that we need to do what we're asking our staff.
Okay, is that a motion?
Sure, I'll make it a motion that City Council limit conference participation to virtual participation only.
Second.
Seconded by Gloria. Discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. All right, item 26. Hearing and proposed conveyance of a portion of vacated city right-of-way adjacent to south edge of 2400 Southeast 16th Street. This is a hearing which has been continued from July 28th, 2020. So I will declare that hearing that has been continued to continue to be open. Is there anyone who wishes to address council under this item under the public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay. I would close public hearing. Any questions for staff on this item?
I think for the record, John, are you there? Is the easement has been received?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you, John.
Okay, yes, it has been received.
Okay, that's where so the vacation can go. The action can move ahead then, correct?
Okay. Entertain a motion on resolution approving conveyance of a portion of vacated city right-of-way adjacent to south edge at 2400 Southeast 16th Street to Van Wall Equipment Incorporated in the amount of $28,410.06.
So moved.
Second.
Corriere moved. Messer seconded. Roll call, please.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 27. Any questions for staff on this particular item? Hearing none, declare a public hearing on Unit 8 crane renovation, which was continued from July 28th to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this particular topic?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
All right, I would declare the public hearing to be closed on this item. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I entertain a motion on resolution approving final plans, specifications, and awarding the contract to Minor Corporation doing business as MHC Systems LLC of Urbandale, Iowa, in the amount of $273,439.10, inclusive of Iowa sales tax.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Burton.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
So one procedure question. I'm trying to remember why is the parenthetical inclusive of Iowa sales tax? Do we normally see that?
You do if the vendor is licensed for electric utility projects only. If the provider is licensed to collect Iowa sales tax, we have to include it in the bid.
I apologize, I don't remember that. Okay, thank you.
All right, item 28, hearing on integrated site plan, major site development plan, and preliminary plat for 3619 Stang Road. Does anyone have any questions for staff on this particular item? Hearing none, declare the public hearing on integrated site plan, major site development plan, and preliminary plat for 3619 Stang Road to be open. Ryan, is there anybody that wants to address council on this particular item?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay. Declare public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion and resolution approving with conditions integrated site plan for 3619 Stang Road.
So moved.
Second.
Amber seconded. Thank you. Roll call.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Barton.
Stay in conflict.
Junk.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 29, staff report on request from Dixon Jensen for sidewalk waiver adjacent to Bricktown development.
I think Julie and John Joyner can lead us into this.
Okay.
Julie Gould. Julie, you there?
I guess, is there any questions for Julie or for John on this particular item? Do you want to see any kind of anything on a shared screen on this? Hearing none, I'll open up public input on this particular item. Ryan, is there anybody that wants to address council on this?
Yes, Mayor, I see Dixon Jensen has his hand raised. Dixon, go ahead to unmute yourself and you can begin your remarks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for looking at the request. Some of you council members I've not met in person. I've been in this community for 50 years, developing and conducting business within our community. And I want to take my 3 minutes to start with. I can't believe the conversation tonight. The lawlessness, the not respecting our city attorney. That's why we're in our world we're in when our leaders are doing what we're doing tonight. You're going to make a decision on my sidewalk that really doesn't mean a hill of beans. But you'll spend all night doing things that you don't recommend, being recommended by our governor, our attorney general, and our city manager or our city attorney. So why would anybody else go through the community tomorrow and obey our police officers? We don't have to obey our law, our people in front of us. Why would they obey? Why would a college student obey? Guys, we're walking down a really, really bad road. I guess unless we have a protest, then maybe we don't have to wear masks. I don't understand. As far as my request, you've got a ditch on Highway 69 that was not installed right. We gave you the proper right of way to put the sidewalk in. The ditch was not installed right. It was not designed right. So there's no room for a sidewalk. Now the city is asking me to give them more land, of which was not requested in the original development. I don't really want to give them any more land. They get the site, get it fixed. It says in the report that there's supposed to be a bench for my sidewalk to sit on. There's no bench. If there was a bench, the DOT would allow the sidewalk to be there. Clearly the bench is in the middle of the ditch. So I hope you all drove down there and saw it. Look at the drawing. The drawing where the sidewalk's supposed to be is in the middle of a ditch. It's that simple. We've been going back and forth for 4 years or 3 years, whatever it's been. As John will point out, it's not been me, like the staff reports indicating that I'm the bad guy to not put in a silly sidewalk. You can't put a sidewalk in the middle of a ditch. Is that clear? So I request that you waive the sidewalk requirement.
Okay, anything else, Dixon, you wish to say on this item?
No, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Dixon?
Dixon, is this a slightly different version of what we were talking about when we had the meeting with the Southdale residents at the church?
I'm sorry, Gloria, you're cutting out on mine.
Oh, sorry. Is this a slightly different version of the discussion that we were having with the Southdale residents down at the church when there were engineering issues with that ditch? This is they came in and did some things there, and now there's a new version of the issue, right? Is that clear? Could you hear that?
It's the same issue. It's the same issue. It was never installed right, never has been. If the Southdale people knew how to get on Zoom, there'd be 200 of them on Zoom tonight telling you how illegal the ditch is. My church neighbor to the south would be here tonight telling you how illegal the ditch is. And you're going to have to deal with him in another meeting. But supposedly we can't deal with them both at once, according to Kelly. That we just have to deal with one at a time because you have a hammer arm on me to not give me any more building permits. That seems like a wise idea. One person in your town building millions of dollars worth of property and say, if I don't put a sidewalk in, you won't get any more permits. That's probably a good strategy. I'm not certain, but that's his strategy tonight is just won't give me any more permits where we can't talk with the church at the same time. But it's the same problem. It's never was installed right. It's the same neighbors are complaining about it. Clearly, it's not built right.
Any other questions for Dixon? Sorry, Dixon, go ahead.
No, I just said, but the city accepted it. I don't think that makes it right. Just because the city accepted it, does that mean it was built right? No, I think that's just another mistake the city did by accepting it. Why am I paid? Because the city accepted something done wrong. And whatever has to happen, I can go out and show you the drawings and I can go out and have an engineer say, these slopes aren't the same. It's clearly wrong, but the city accepted it. So therefore it must be right. So therefore I must give them more ground because they accepted something that was done poorly. That doesn't make sense to me. And I'd love to just sit with the city and have logical discussions about that, but that breaks down very quickly with the city. That's just our ordinances, as they put it. They're just doing their job to check boxes. Common sense isn't prevailing.
Dixon, thanks for sticking with us. It's 10 o'clock and it's been a long meeting and appreciate your patience. So is there a way through this where the city could somehow, maybe I should ask this question of staff first before coming to you, Dixon. John, you had a chance to hear Dixon's concern about the pragmatics of building the sidewalk in a ditch. That seems pretty reasonable. How should we think about this?
So that segment from his southern driveway, which is, I believe, called Jade, south to towards the church property, when that was built with 69 widening, a bench was put in on the back slope to help facilitate the installation of that sidewalk. And the DOT then issued a construction permit for that sidewalk, and then subsequently a month later closed out and approved the construction of the widening. But since that point, so that was last fall, the DOT this April, I guess you'd say, rescinded the construction permit and said that they needed to have a 4-foot offset between the top of the back slope and the front of the walk. So the bench was not built to construct that offset plus a 5-foot sidewalk. Plus, then we typically have a 1-foot gap between the back of the walk and then the property line. So we didn't design for that that new requirement of the 4-foot offset. So that's why we've asked for an additional 5 feet on the front of Dixon's property. That would then facilitate the 4 feet of offset from the ditch to the front of the walk, and the walk then to get constructed.
But is there another way around this, short of exacting another piece of property from Dixon for this? Is there something that could be done? And I don't know the mechanics of this, to rework that ditch so that it was possible.
Yeah, the ditch is designed to convey the proper amount of open flow. There's also designed in the south part of his apartments, there's the detention facilities. So there's overflow also from those that would flow into the ditch. So that would need to be maintained. So the ditch is kind of designed as a system. So the ditch would have to be redesigned. It'd have to be designed to accommodate the overflow. It would have to be, in essence, enclosed. There's really no room to do anything else with the ditch. It's designed in the space that's available there to serve the purpose. So I think it would have to be redesigned to be enclosed with pipe, and then see how we may be able to accommodate the overflow from those detention ponds.
And so, in a perfect world, if we could go back in a time machine and redo this, how would we do it differently?
Well, we didn't know the requirement from the DOT of the 4-foot offset. The plans were approved by the DOT without that 4-foot offset. As I said, the construction permit was issued to Dixon to do the sidewalk without the 4-foot offset last fall. And then this spring, the new requirement came up in April that the DOT wanted to see this 4-foot offset. So we would have had to design it completely differently from the beginning.
And so, if there's someone who is at fault here, is it the DOT for changing the rules midstream?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I want to place fault, but it's a requirement that we were not told, and a new requirement that came up this spring. Had we been informed of the requirement, the project probably would have been designed much differently. We would have had, I think at that point, at the very beginning, look at enclosing the ditch. I don't think with the right-of-way that was there, we could have accommodated the open ditch plus the 4-foot offset plus the sidewalk. So I think from the beginning, we would have looked at enclosing the ditch.
And so that's a helpful data point. If we knew about this DOT requirement in the beginning, we would have enclosed the ditch, and then the sidewalk would have been over the top of this. Is that correct?
Probably. The other way would have been to just try to get 5 more feet from Dixon as the project was built.
Any other questions for staff?
Dixon, or one more question. So you're recommending option number 1?
Yes, that's what I'm recommending is option number 1, to waive it. The couple, I mean, certainly John is great to work with. And the only, I would add to, if you want to understand the details of this, which is a complex equation, even without the 5-foot setback, the reason the sidewalk was not constructed with the first building is where this 5-foot setback, as he's alluding to, was not present, is because the sidewalk would have still been in the ditch. So you as built, you could not build a sidewalk over air. So the ditch drawing has it in there, but reality of what was done by the contractor. So I don't believe it's the DOT's fault. I believe it's a contractor's fault and lack of making the contractor build the ditch according to the drawings. The ditch is not built according to the drawings. Then on top of it, you have erosion. Now we have an open ditch that erodes. There's a lot of water on South Duff. That's the neighbors down there when there's a storm. Most of that's fixed now from the development that we did. But there's still water in that ditch. And that ditch erodes and then it undercuts the sidewalk. So the sidewalk will be undercut and it will crack and it will break very quickly. Within a couple of years, in my opinion. There's a lot of erosion that happens there. So the real project, and if you remember when we did this, we didn't have money, so things were cut. Yes, there should have been a closed pipe there, without a doubt. You've got a city street. How many city county ditches do we have within our city where you have heavy density of people? You just don't. We cut a corner, had them do the ditch. It was too tight, didn't get it graded right. That's where we sit today. So it's a sidewalk of 500 feet that's going to a church that doesn't want to put their sidewalk in because they've got the same erosion problem. And wait till they come. They've also got 2 engineers that are going to explain to you how a car hits the ditch. And if you go at a certain miles per hour, it's going to kill people. It's a danger. So that's where the sidewalk will lead on south, which is to nowhere. And it's going to lead to a cemetery on the north, which is to nowhere. But we need to put 500 feet in to go from nowhere to nowhere on a ditch that was built incorrectly. Otherwise, I don't get to build any more buildings. So to me, the answer would be to waive the sidewalk requirement. It's going from nowhere to nowhere. And it's built over something that was constructed wrong.
John, do you know if we're going to be seeing something from the church?
I think their communication has mainly been with planning.
They have the same temporary occupancy permit. They did not get approval because they don't have their sidewalk in. So whether you're going to force it or whether Kelly's going to decide they can have a temp permit forever and has no lever arm on them, I don't know. But he's got a lever arm on me.
John, the assertion's been made that the ditch was not built correctly. Is that an accurate statement?
Our project engineer feels it substantially meets the plans. And as Dixon pointed out, and as the council action form points out, it was approved. The project was closed out and approved by the DOT.
So by their doing that, they asserted that the ditch was constructed correctly.
Substantially.
So I guess we're in grammatics issue of what's substantial. If it's 90% right, then I guess it's okay. So must be 90% right.
Approved.
Hey, John, can I take us in a slightly different direction? Just give us a macro level view if you could. And I don't know if it's worthwhile, if anyone's still watching us at 10 o'clock at night, to put this up on a shared screen. But in terms of bike infrastructure, obviously Southdale on the east side is our major concern in terms of accessibility. If we have to forego some of this on the west side, from a planning perspective, do you see us building additional bike infrastructure on the east side?
Well, with the project, we constructed a shared facility on the east side, and it's separated from the roadway with bollards. We've got plastic bollards set up to separate that shared facility from the roadway. And then as you continue to go north, then the east side continues to be the location for the shared use path. So, from the new comp plan, if that southern area were to grow, I believe that we would connect that on the east side of US 69 with shared use path. Is that what you were asking?
It is. So, I mean, I think that should be at least a factor in how hard we work to try to get a sidewalk, as Dixon would say, from nowhere to nowhere. After we're done, there'll be other development to the south, but at least in the foreseeable future, 20, 30, 50 years, maybe we should be satisfied with accessibility on the east side. Ron, would you disagree with that?
Who?
Sorry, say that again, Tim. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just curious because you think a lot about this issue. I don't bike down that far. If we make sure that we have bike infrastructure on the east side, is that sufficient? How hard should we be fighting for this little strip of sidewalk?
Well, what's the council?
I always feel like we regret it when we don't put it in when we can. I mean, because then we can't. We have no power then to go back and make it happen. That's kind of.
What does the Complete Streets program say for it? Do we have it on one side? Does it allow it for one outside?
Well, the Complete Streets plan would advocate for the connectivity on both sides.
And Dixon's going to have a lot of people living there, but this just feels. I don't know, like we have enough information to make a decision tonight, but I feel badly that we're exacting more land when this is not Dixon's fault.
I guess I'm starting to wonder why we're talking about this particular issue when we are probably going to be seeing the southern half of this same question when the church brings forward its issue. And I know from the discussions that I had with the neighborhood that the issue is a shared issue between Bricktown and the church and the neighbors across the street. So I'm a little bit surprised that we have these things coming to us on two separate agendas when they're part of the same problem or the same question.
The reason, Gloria, is I asked the same question and Kelly said we can't talk about them at once because they're two separate issues and he won't issue me a building permit. I said that doesn't seem very logical. I obviously didn't get very far. I got a letter from Julia Gold that said that they would actually, what they said was they weren't going to let my tenants move in on August 1st on completion of my building. And I got the letter on probably July 25th. So they have been gracious to me to let my tenants move in. They just won't let me build anymore. And we can only talk about one thing at once. That's the answer.
Julie, do you have a more refined answer for why these things are separate?
Is there? You have to unmute our camera.
Julie, you're unmuted. We can't hear you though.
There she is.
Did you hear the question, Julie? Can't hear you, Julie. No audio. Even though you're unmuted, there's no audio.
The joys of a Zoom meeting. Meanwhile, I'm a council member who I have no idea what the issue with the church is. Okay, so this has not come before council as far as I know. So I'm not sure how much we should really go into this question of, you know, just so you know that.
It's an issue of that ditch. So they have to build sidewalk as well. And that's why I was hoping Julie could give us the more expanded version of this, because it to me, having listened to the discussion, which was actually about a year ago, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, Dixon, that it all seems to be related to the ditch and the engineering of the ditch and the placement of the sidewalk along that entire frontage, which I think is on the plan that we received. You can kind of see the church at the end of that strip of sidewalk. So it's a similar issue related to a similar strip of ditch and sidewalk. Maybe, but maybe Julie will tell us something different.
While she's trying to get audio, I just want to remind council the point is that this issue of sidewalks and your commitment to having sidewalks on new developments has been something that you've been committed to, and how is that consistent with the complete streets? And we've targeted this south area as being an area where there's going to be growth occurring. And there's a lot of residents on 14th and 15th Street that you went through this conversation regarding sidewalks as well too. And so I would just remind council that to start having gaps in sidewalks is going to put potentially future councils in the same dilemma that you had years ago.
So my preference would be, so a lot of times when we reach impasses like this, there's some horse trading that's done with the developer, some give and take. Here, we're just taking from Dixon. And I don't feel like it's appropriate for the council to be negotiating with Dixon live like this. So I would recommend, and Steve, I'd love your input on this because I would rather have you drive this. I'm going to move option one unless you think that there would be some merit to holding off briefly so that the staff could negotiate with Dixon. From a pragmatic perspective, I think it makes all the sense in the world to just move the sidewalk over 5 feet. That makes more sense. I'm a little nervous about what Dixon said, that the erosion is going to be substantial and that maybe we should be putting in some kind of infrastructure that to enclose it. But man, I just don't feel like I have the horsepower to work through that at 10:30. So Steve, would you talk us out of doing something with a waiver tonight?
You mean delay it?
I mean, do you think there's some merit in having further conversations? We've had a substantive conversation. Dixon's made some important points about both what happened procedurally, but also the practicality of building a sidewalk next to a ditch that has significant erosion problems. Shouldn't that require some further review? And to Gloria's point, we should look at it in concert with the other property.
Yeah, that's not renegotiating, and you want to know whether it's practical to even do or not. From our engineering analysis, I'll be glad to have our engineers review that concern, see if it has merit in their opinion. It's going to come down where you want sidewalks or not want sidewalk.
But it's more than that. We can want sidewalks and feel that someone is treated.
Well, we have to be, it can exist and be a viable sidewalk for a period of time. Well, let's say engineering wise, they're confident it can be, then you're just gonna have to decide whether you want them or not.
Or I agree with you, but we could also negotiate with Dixon on something else. Maybe there's some give and take that could be done. If he's going to give up a 5-foot strip all along this property, then maybe we could be flexible on something else.
That's fine, but you do this developments all along when they give land for sidewalks, and that's I don't know if you would say it's right or wrong. You don't pay a developer for that. Maybe Dixon would say you should, but you ask them to give them land free for bike paths, for sidewalks, for roadways. So I don't know if you want to start negotiating that necessarily.
No, I agree with you, but that's done at the beginning of the development process. Here, we're changing the rules of the game near the end, and this strikes me as very unfair to anyone.
Well, that's up for you to decide then. Then you waive the sidewalk.
Or I'm not suggesting we waive it. I would like the staff to do what they normally do and negotiate and try and find a resolution if it's possible.
Option 1 is waiving sidewalks, Tim.
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking for a different option.
Let's get a motion on the table.
You might find without the 5 feet, you can't do it, right?
All right, so I'll float this. In light of the fact of our conversation tonight, Dixon has raised some very important substantive issues. I will move that we defer this to the next meeting. So I don't want this to drag on for Dixon. He needs some direction on this. And we direct staff.
It's not enough time for the next meeting. I'll tell you that right now.
The next practical meeting, practically.
Dixon's not being held up. I think he'll be held up if he has. Do you have an occupancy that you need to get Dixon in the next 2 or 3 weeks? When's your next building going to be open?
You went ahead and granted the occupancy. It's the next building permit, but it would be not in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're planning on doing the next building start here probably in a month or so.
Right. So we've got time.
Okay. So let me try my motion. I would move that we table this and direct staff to report back to us, number 1, on the engineering aspects of the viability of this sidewalk given the potential erosion issues. And number 2, to explore options of negotiating with the developer to find a way to reach an agreement on that additional 5-foot strip.
For a second. Motion died for lack of second.
You guys are a hard sell tonight. I'm open to suggestions.
I don't know that, is Julie able to speak?
I am here on Benjamin's computer now.
Okay, so can you explain this situation with the 2 different issues with the same section of sidewalk and ditch, and why they're showing up on 2 different agendas when it seems like they're related to each other and probably should be considered together?
So I can't speak directly to the sidewalk design on the Church to the South because that was handled by another planner in our department. It's likely coming forward separately because I don't believe that the church, last time I spoke with Justin Moore, who is the planner on that project, they have not even applied for their certificate of occupancy. So we have not went back and inspected it or gone through the final checklist for occupancy for them. This specific sidewalk that we're talking about tonight in front of Bricktown was specifically laid out in the development agreement when this was originally approved, who was responsible for it and how it was to go in. So I believe that's why we're dealing with this separate, because it's a bigger issue than just a sidewalk going in the property.
Thank you.
Can I comment? Or am I off?
So let me throw this out, John. What would be the cost if we were to put in the necessary underground piping and allow the sidewalk to be built as planned? Could you give us even a ballpark of what that would cost?
Oh, just roughly, without knowing too much about the layout of the site, maybe $40,000 to enclose it.
So we've spent so much money tonight. So why don't we just do that? Why don't we just make this right so that Dixon is allowed to put the sidewalk in, and that solves the problem of erosion? If this is a $40,000 fix, folks, let's just do this and get it done right. And that'll be in the best interest of everyone long term.
The one potential complicating factor is that, as I mentioned, the retention ponds to the south of his buildings have an overflow that's designed to go into this open ditch. So we'd have to assure that that overflow would be still accommodated, but with enclosing the ditch.
Someone else want to make a motion? Or Tim? New motion.
I move that the city, again, I don't want to put John on the spot because that's not fair to our staff. I would move that we table this and give John an opportunity to come back to us with an estimate on the cost of enclosing this ditch.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second it because I'd like to see whether there's any discussion on this.
I moved by Martin Garten. Discussion.
I do have concerns about the stability of that ditch based on what I saw last year. Now, I'm not an engineer, so that is clearly not my area of expertise. But I wonder if we're going to end up with two projects here that are going to make that same case, and we may decide on this one, and then the church comes to us with their engineers' reports saying there's no way to put in this sidewalk. So that's my concern.
Other discussion?
Folks, it's $40,000. This would go a long ways to resolving this issue nicely. Everybody wins with this proposal.
Everyone understand the motion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Brahman, what were you?
I was an aye.
You were an aye?
Yeah.
So it was Correri, Garten, Betcher, and Beatty Hansen in favor, Junk and Martin against. All right. Anything else as item, John, that you need tonight?
No, so you're just wanting to report back on what the cost would be to enclose the ditch to accommodate Dixon putting in the sidewalk.
And also the capacity. Can you?
Yeah.
You have enough capacity to handle stormwater.
Right. Part of that would be to verify that the system works.
Okay.
Okay. Got it.
If we enclose this ditch, does this, based on my understanding of our conversation, does this resolve the issue and the sidewalk can be placed where it should have been?
Right. We'll take a look.
I mean, that was a question for Dixon.
Oh, am I still on? Hello?
Yes.
I'm on.
You're on.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I would assume that it would, that's exactly what it would be, right over where it should be. Within what we talked about at the beginning was the 60-foot right of way that we dedicated to the city at the beginning.
Okay. All right. We're moving
Thank
on.
you. Thank you.
Item 30, second passage of ordinance revising municipal code section 33 pertaining to selling, giving, or supplying tobacco products, or cigarettes to persons under age 18 years.
1 second.
Who's that?
Me.
Amber. Is there a second?
Second.
Gloria. Roll call.
Edie Hanson,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Lori Harry,
Aye.
Martin.
All right, disposition of communications to council.
Okay. So John Dunn has written a response to the appeal by Mr. Craig for his, wanted to waive charges for the meter repair. You can take whatever action you want. They concluded it was a frozen meter. And therefore the responsibility of the homeowner.
So Steve, what are you looking for basically?
I'm not looking for anything. The request came to you from a citizen who would like us to waive the $325 charge. They have a rationale why they believe it's not their fault, it's the city's fault should pay. The staff has presented you with their response. So you have to make a decision whether you're going to
approve
that charge or ask the homeowner to pay based on what he's claiming versus what the staff report is.
So it's deny a waive fee request or approve it.
I move that we deny the request to waive the fee.
Second.
Second by Amber and then Rachel. In favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried. All right.
Okay, second one, request from the Main Street Farmers Market to liberalize some of your procedures or the procedures and requirements of the market. This is on public property, therefore you had the ability to place restrictions on this event. You've done that, you've liberalized it over time. And now you can see what they want to lift the restrictions to allow music, tables and chairs, as long as they're 6 feet apart. I don't know if they mean the chairs and the table. And then food is be able to eat. Remember, you allowed food, but they had to take it off site.
I would move that we grant the request of the Ames Farmers Market.
Second.
Moved by Corey, second by Martin. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carried 5-1. Betcher voting no.
I also voted no for the record.
Motion carried 4-2.
And the last one is just a citizen expressing opposition to any rezoning that might take place to allow potential manufactured home development out there on West Ames by Sunset Ridge. I don't know if there's been no action, no rezoning, so I guess you can accept her letter and duly note her opposition. Unless you want to do something else.
I can tell council that I did send her an email stating basically that there's nothing before council right now, but we're aware of concern from her and some other people.
Take it under advisement then. mean, she's going to be not, if they do ever come back and want to rezone it, it's going to be, there'll be sandwich boards out there and she can object to it at E&Z, correct?
Yes, if she's in a certain radius of it, she'll get a notification. I don't know where her property is exactly.
Okay, council comments. David?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Kim?
Sorry, what?
Any council comments tonight?
I mean, I'm going to leave it to you to make comments about the storm. So that would be redundant, but no other comments. I'll let you talk about the city's response to the storm.
Amber? Anything?
No, nothing for me.
Gloria?
I just want to welcome back the students and to wish that they care about Ames. I'm not on campus this semester, but I'm hoping that I will see people walking through South Campus wearing their masks.
Nicole?
No comments tonight.
Rachel?
Nothing tonight.
Rowan?
No, nothing.
Yeah, my only comments are going to be at this point is obviously our city's gone through an awful lot of stress, and I'm just pleased to report that staff is continuing to work to get service restored to all of our residents. It's grieved them a lot from the standpoint that we're committed to delivering exceptional services. And I think they've done that in terms of trying to get to that point, but they're still working on it. And I think that at a future day, we'll talk about it further in terms of what all has been transpired and all the heavy lifting that's been done. And just thank you to the staff for what they're doing to really help do door knocking and meet with people for those who still don't have power. So thank you to the staff for caring and working so many hours to endeavor to serve our community. So,
John, if I could add to that, we have to also acknowledge tonight we've had the most amazing and patient citizens as we've gone through this, and the feedback I've had has been overwhelmingly grateful to the hard work of our city staff and also the utility workers that have come from other communities to assist us in our hour of need. So thank you to everybody.
okay, next item 31. Mark, are you there?
I'm here.
So do we have a legal justification, Mark, to go in, does council have legal justification to go into closed session?
Yes, under Iowa Code Section 21.51C, we have authority to go into closed session to discuss matters in litigation or potentially in litigation.
Okay. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
We'll be going to closed session.
Seconded by Martin. Roll call, please.
Sorry, Betcher,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Ferrieri,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Judy Hansen.
Aye.
Okay, council, you know, we'll have to get into a different Zoom meeting. So we will see you in a minute on the new meeting.